You can thank lag for that sort of thing. Well, you know what? I'm gonna probably just do this. This isn't copyrighted. What the hell am I thinking? This is the Lego Racers theme. This is awesome. Alright, chat. I'm gonna start soon. Hopefully my Twitch viewers are gonna come back, but honestly, this was honestly very terrible. I mean, this didn't have to happen. But yeah, I'm gonna have to repost on Twitter and see if maybe this works. Assuming my 4 gigabytes of RAM would allow it. Come on. Oh, what are you doing? You're back? My mom entered my room, so I got scared and closed my computer. What, she doesn't like war? doesn't like many of my stuff that I do, to be honest, even video games and all. Wow, that's pretty tragic. Where do you live anyway? I think you live in Russia, right? I mean, when I looked at your profile, it was like Russian stuff. At least it looked Russian, I don't know. Yeah, I'm Russian, but I live in Turkey. Of course it's Turkey. That's like the... I'm not sure if that's the country where they throw gays off buildings, but I wouldn't be surprised if it were... if it would be that kind of country that does that kind of bullshit. But yeah. Also, I should really stop swearing. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to... Yeah. Turkey is very homophobic and very religious, but it's not the case with my mom. We argue a lot, so I just want to watch her draw war alone without her interfering. Okay, that's fair enough. I can respect that, but damn. You know, I'm gonna just say a little bit of a hot take, to be honest. I really find a lot of the, I guess you could say, how do you call these types of people? It's like the ones that are like really obsessed with social justice, but they're like hypocrites and shit, stuff like that. Like, I mean, if it wasn't obvious enough already, I kind of find those types of like lefties to be very hypocritical because, you know, they always seem to focus on the U.S. instead of focusing abroad, right? And they always just like to like infight amongst each other and all that. And honestly, I just find it pathetic. And my point is, it's really pathetic that nobody's really paying attention to the homophobia in Turkey, right? So in other words, people like to call out people, like people like to focus on the homophobia on Twitter, but they never really bother focusing on the real life homophobia that exists in countries like Turkey. Again, it's hypocritical, but I'm gonna have to end the hot take there before I get canceled. You know how it goes, but I trust you guys are gonna be just chill about it, so, you know, opinions are opinions, so let's just leave it at that. Oh, Jesus. People will beat you up for thinking you're gay or other part of the LGBT here, but I just support the LGBTQ. Well, all I can say is just be careful, man. It's just, I mean, again, I think this circles back to my point, which is that a lot of Americans really just don't appreciate what they have, and they always have this America-centric thing, and half the time they just end up finding homophobia where there is none. Like what's the worst a gay person in the U.S. can deal with? Like really, what's the worst thing that could happen to them? They might get insulted. I don't know. Maybe they might get a. I mean, most of the time, nothing's gonna happen if someone says they're gay. That's just how it is in the U.S. And I hope that culture of like pro LGBT stuff does spread. But honestly, I think a lot of, I guess you could say, woke school hypocrisy, I think, is holding that movement back. To be honest, I always wanted to kind of vent about this because I really didn't have anyone to vent about this. But again, I want to make it very clear that this is just my opinion. I don't want to be like I'm not an expert at everything. Okay, I just simply I realize that this whole thing is a lot more complicated than I think. But I don't mean to be an authoritative figure on this subject. So that's what I'm trying to say. But yeah, be careful out there. Try not to get killed. But yeah, Turkey does make me appreciate my rights. So yeah, but honestly, I just anyway. Well, I'm glad you agree with me with that because and the sad part is that this kind of left wing hypocrisy is everywhere. I mean, I could go here all day, but I want to really quickly summarize it. Right now, even though I call myself a femboy, I generally would call myself non-binary, which technically would make me trans, right? And one of the things that bother me, among many other things, is that you have these, I guess you could say, content creators. I'm not going to name names, but you have content creators that essentially, they like to talk about us, the trans community. They like to talk about us, but they never directly talk to us, right? And that sucks because all that's saying to me is that to them, I am just a political tool. I am just a subject before I am a person, you know? And I'm sorry, but that's actually transphobic too. Even though you're anti transphobic, even though you're probably like pro leftist or whatever the hell that is, it's just not the kind of behavior I was expecting. And, you know, the thing is, it makes me feel like I'm used, like I'm not really a person in this conversation. And again, this is something that happens a lot in the West. I don't know if that's a thing in Turkey, but I do think this has some severe consequences because then it's going to leave people very jaded. Like, again, there's a lot to be said about this, but I think I made my point. Like, a lot of these lefties like to use me instead of like talking to me, right? So, and another thing I was going to say is that this also applies to crypto and NFTs, surprisingly, because again, it's the same problem. People like to talk about crypto and NFTs, but they never talk directly to the people who know and are enthusiastic about it. So they don't talk to the experts, they don't talk to NFT enthusiasts, they don't talk directly to the guys that own those cringy uh, Board Ape Yacht Club things. Because part of what good journalism is to try and directly interview the people that the subject matter is about. So, for example, if you want to, I don't know, make a journalistic thing about trans people, you have to talk to the trans people. So already we're seeing a lot of pretentious content creators essentially just talk about something without doing actual journalism, and yet they somehow act as if they are journalists. So hopefully, random, you can actually follow where I'm going here. So this is essentially just one example of the kind of hypocrisy that I generally tend to just get angry about, right? And for the most part, I've decided to just let go of politics because let's just say I got into a bit of a fallout, but yeah. Anyway, I think that venting is over. Apologies for that. I didn't mean to vent like this. I should have warned you guys about it. Uh, you know, it was pretty heavy. So yeah, I'll try and give out a warning about like politics if I'm ever gonna go on that sort of thing. Okay, let's see. This random skateboard. They just trying to gain validation by supporting a controversial topic. In Turkey, they even say trans will probably get you in trouble, so I try not to say anything about that since I'm in the closet trans. Oof. It's all. It's all right though. It's all right. Right. It's though keeping opinions. Wait. That's a bit of a typo. It's all right. It's through keeping in opinions like this. All right. Yeah. You're basically saying that it's okay for me to talk about this. All right. Got it. But yeah. Anyway, uh, to be honest, if I'm gonna conclude this little discussion, I'm probably going to say that, like, to be honest, I don't really mind a lot of these left-leaning groups. I don't really care about it. I think the problem that I see, at least in America, is that they don't seem to have any sort of respect towards anybody they disagree with. Like, and I think this might come off as a little bit heavy, a warning there, but um, in my experience, I've noticed that there's like all kinds of transphobes, right? There are some transphobes who are ignorant. There's some transphobes that are like hateful. But the main issue I see with what's going on in Twitter and in America is that they treat trans people, or not trans people, they treat transphobes as if they're all the same, right? When in reality, we're dealing with people and people are diverse. So I think it's important to acknowledge that some transphobes are very stubborn and they will never be convinced otherwise, and that's true. That there are people like that. But you would be lying if you were to say that all transphobes are like that, right? Because there are those transphobes who are just transphobic mostly because they were ignorant or their upbringing was more or less just conservative, maybe a little too conservative. And I think it's important to really just hone in on those types of transphobes because those are the ones that are willing to listen. And another aspect that I think is important when it comes to like communicating and educating about trans rights and trans people in general is to always have a good faith, right? I mean, because coming in bad faith, like with a bad attitude and name calling, like if you're gonna have a serious conversation about trans rights with bad faith criticisms, you're not going anywhere because the reality is nobody's willing to listen to you if they feel threatened, if they feel afraid. And I don't think threatening transphobes is really going to do anything good. And I believe that we should try and convince them otherwise, by talking, by being peaceful, because you don't counter fire with fire, you counter fire with water, and water is softer and a little bit unconventional. You see where I'm going with this? Oh yeah, that's just thing. So yeah. Anyway, I apologize if I got something wrong, random. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I just I was just trying to speak from my own experience as someone who lives in an American territory. Having a world with diverse opinions but not letting people be educated about issues just makes free speech idea useless. I agree with your opinion. All right, cool. I'm glad that's we're on board on this. And here's another hot take that I think is important to you to learn, right? And I think this is mostly I come in good faith when it comes to this, right? I believe there was a genuine chance for the author of Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling, to actually have learned something, right? I think there was a chance that she could have not been transphobic if she hadn't met the people on Twitter, which, like I said before, oh, Steele, nice to see you. Yeah, thankfully there are places that will educate you. Yeah, there are definitely places. We should always support those places, no matter where they are. Yeah. So anyway, I want to make it very clear that let me just go back to my main point, right? So I understand that J.K. Rowling is a very bad person. Like she's very transphobic. I will not deny that, right? But I also think that before she got canceled, before she got called out on, well, okay, before I can actually get to that point, I need to bring up another thing that's very important. And random, usually when it comes to debate circles, the first thing you need to do is to try and attack the argument instead of the person itself. Because if you attack the personal traits of a person, you end up essentially becoming immature, right? Because then it's not about a debate, it's just about name calling, which is usually something that teenagers in high school would do, but between adults it would be incredibly immature. So ultimately what I'm trying to say here is that I think there was a bit too much of a focus in attacking J.K. Rowling rather than attacking her transphobic statements. And and that's essentially what I mean, right? That there was a chance that J.K. Rowling could have learned from her mistakes and actually maybe learn a thing or two about trans people. But because people were just attacking her just for the sake of it, instead of, like criticizing her for having bad opinions, which is, I mean, again, it's all about that clout chasing. It's not really about like trans rights. And, sometimes I even question the sincerity of the people who actually call out on J.K. Rowling because, like I said, she could have learned something, but unfortunately, she wasn't really given the fair chance. And now, now it's too late. Now we can't even teach her anything because now she's at the point where she's become very stubborn and she doesn't want to learn anything anymore. And now she's like an ultra transphobe because, she naturally associated trans people with conflict and humiliation. And that's the thing about cancel culture, it replaces accountability with trauma and anger. And I'm not the only one who made a point that's similar to that. There was another content creator called Jessie Gender. She's usually a leftist. I don't agree with her opinions for the most part. At least, I'm not a leftist myself, right? I usually tend to be a bit more on the, I guess you could say, neoliberal side of things. I don't know. I think it's a little too soon to describe myself. I'm still discovering myself, but basically, what I'm trying to say is that, even as someone that I disagree with, which is Jessie Gender, she actually made a similar video on that, and it's basically titled exactly that: uh, how cancel culture replaces accountability with anger and trauma, right? And it goes back to that same point, which is that when you're being canceled, you're not willing to learn anything because you're so caught up in the trauma of being harassed online that you just can't learn anything. And again, I would argue that that's exactly what happened to J.K. Rowling. She had a genuine chance to be learning something from her mistakes, but everybody just wanted to attack her instead of her transphobic statements, which was the argument that should have been attacked. Attack Rowling's arguments, not her personality, not her person, not her as a person. Okay, let me see. School Steelhorn wrote a few things here. Debates need to be handled by experts. You need to know enough to be able to defend either side, regardless of your opinion, if you want to be good at debates. Well, yeah, I mean, I follow you where you're going, Steel. I think what's going on is simply that people are just terrible at debates, you know? And unfortunately, J.K. Rowling became an ultra transphobe because she just the people that were debating against her were just terrible at it and they just didn't consider the long-term consequences. And I think this ties back to the main problem that I mentioned earlier. I think it was that, people like to talk about us for the sake of clout, but they never talk to us, right? They don't talk about trans people like myself. And funny enough, they only talk, and even if they do that, half the time it often takes a cynical twist where they end up talking to only the trans people that agree with them politically, right? They never talk to conservative trans people like myself, right? They don't talk to them because, they disagree, right? But anyway, let me just end this on a note. I want to continue this drawing. Uh, Trans people in general, whether they change their bodies or not, the thing is that trans people is like an umbrella term that consists of like, you know, how can I say this? It consists of like transsexuals and people who just which are people who like want to change their bodies, and then it's people who are like me who are like femboyish and whatever, which I guess would be called non-binary. At least that's yeah. Oh my god, jeez, I was actually afraid I might have hurt your feelings, but yeah, I mean, and that's the sad reality about the trans community, really. That here's another thing, and I may as well just continue drawing while I'm at it, but yeah, shoot, it's just that I'm charging my phone and it's getting annoying. 8%. Yeesh. I'm gonna have to like do some wizardry here with my phone. It's just that my phone is like the only way that I can see chat, so I definitely need two monitors. Although, actually, I technically have two monitors. It's just that I need a good gaming PC so that I can connect like HDMI cables over them. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that's something we can disagree still. Let me just read what he said. Honestly, I want to show people that they were created in love and that they were born in and that their born gender isn't a mistake. However, I'm not an expert, so I don't try and change my friends. That's a good way to go about things, right? That's how you deal with people who you disagree with, right? And I think really what's going on with this is that you know there's just a lot of, I guess you could say, crazy leftists that are just completely uncivilized, right? They don't know anything about debating. They don't know the long-term consequences of having increasingly, I guess you could say, antisocial behaviors, which, cancel culture is, by all definitions, a antisocial behavior, or at least I would describe it as such. I'm not a psychologist, so I can't say, I'm not an expert in psychology, but I would definitely describe it as antisocial because, you know, I get that people need to, get some kind of repercussion for what they do, but here's another problem with cancel culture. There is no limit to the way in which they there's no limit to when the punishment ends, right? And here's an example. There is a reason why people to this very day are still debating amongst themselves about the death penalty, right? Because yeah, I need to close the door. Anyway, there is a reason people keep debating about the death penalty, right? And that reason is simply because, our modern justice system, which I will have to say, the U.S. justice system isn't perfect. I'm not going to pretend that it is perfect, but it exists for a reason, right? And it shows that even our justice system takes the whole idea of like, what punishment should we give to which criminals, right? They take that idea very seriously, and it's for a good reason. So that shows that we care about the types of punishments and when should we stop punishing someone and when should we, actually consider ourselves like, there's a point in time where if you start punishing someone consistently and completely without any sort of, restraint, if you keep punishing someone through cancel culture, for example, consistently and persistently, then it's not punishment anymore. It's just plain sadism. That's just what it is. And I think that that's something that has been happening to a surprising amount of people, not just famous people. I think I can think of a few names here, and I'm sorry to do that. I don't usually like to name names, but in this case, these are names of real life victims of cancel culture that have been traumatized. And generally, what and the names of these people are Pro Jarrett. He's a gaming YouTuber, and he usually likes to make videos about RPGs for the most part. He got canceled over supposedly being, I guess you could say, having some physical misconduct, and apparently that whole thing turned out to be false because somebody was, well, I mean, he had there is videos of him like with the receipts and everything. You should be able to find it. Just write Pro Jared. Let me just write the name here on chat. So I'm just gonna write the names of the people I'm gonna talk about so you can look them up. So it's Pro Jared, and then the other one here, and of course, okay, here it is, right? So yeah, these are the names of, like, these aren't famous people, right? These are not famous people at all. These are just small-time YouTube creators. They are not Kanye West. They're not on that level. And one misconception about cancel culture, as far as I'm concerned, is that it is, for the most part, it's that supposedly it's only for famous people, right? Like that's something that famous people used to deal with. But that is only true if it were like say 2005 or even like the early days of the internet or even any era where the internet did not exist, right? Because yeah, back then celebrities were the only ones that had to deal with cancel culture because that's just how their life was. They had to be constantly dealing with stalkers, haters, and paparazzis. But now it seems like that same phenomenon with 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 celebrities is starting to bleed over to the public. So ordinary people can actually end up suffering that as well. But anyway, I want to focus more on the fundamental flaws of cancel culture. So the first one is that there is no law, there is no consensus on how much is too much when it comes to punishing someone. The second problem is, of course, that, let me see if I can remember. So yeah, there's that problem. The other one is, well, I was gonna bring this up during the whole rallying thing, but basically, first of all, boycotting doesn't work, right? So boycotting J.K. Rowling isn't gonna do jack shit. Maybe spending your money on the Trevor Project might actually work, since they actually do help LGBT people. Maybe making a video directly, talking about her arguments instead of her as a person. That is usually a better thing to do, but that's usually a hit or miss, considering that a lot of YouTube platforms want you to just, chase clout, right? And I think this may have something to do with social media, but part of the reason cancel culture exists is because there's like this reward uh, incentive going on, basically, and that reward is simply that, by canceling someone else, you validate yourself more as a feminist or whatever, and you get likes and retweets and whatever. And I think that's more of a side effect of uh, of social media as we know it, right? Obviously, if you're careful, you can obviously avoid this sort of thing. I mean, it's a matter of being self-aware that this sort of thing can happen, right? Anyway, I think this argument has gone all over the place, but hopefully, random, you're still here. Honestly, it's just that I really wanted to vent out about a lot of this shit. But yeah, it's Just go back to the drawing thing. Oh, right. Um, I was just stopping by to say hello. I have to go. Bye. Ah, all right. See you later, Steel. I think he's already gone. But yeah. Hello, Connie. I don't know if you might like this. I'm going to talk about a lot of hot takes and politics, so if you really don't like that, you might want to leave. Uh, anyway, I may as well just give you some context before I move on. Let me just put it this way. I don't support J.K. Rowling. I don't like her, but at the same time, I feel like there could have been a chance that she could have redeemed herself. No, 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 no. I don't think anybody seems to have gotten mad, but yeah, I'm glad that you let me vent about this. But Connie, just for full context, I was venting a lot about my views on certain controversial topics because I don't think they get enough exposure on the internet. Basically, the first point is that cancel culture sucks because it basically doesn't allow people to learn from their mistakes. It's a very cancel culture basically creates a very mistake unfriendly environment. And if you allow people to make mistakes and embrace the fact that they're not perfect, then they're willing to learn a lot more. I think there was a study that actually does that. I'll have to find some research and see if I can find it, but I'll let you guys know. Second thing that I was saying, Connie, is that I really think there was a chance that J.K. Rowling could have learned from about the trans community and not become a transphobe. And I think this has more to do with cancel culture and how it, again, doesn't allow anybody to learn about anything. And just to elaborate, a lot of people were like, first of all, people had every reason to be mad about J.K. Rowling. That's fair. That's a very good point to make, right? But in any debate, you're supposed to attack the argument. You're not supposed to attack the person. And 99% of the people that were attacking, that were, criticizing, quote unquote, criticizing J.K. Rowling, they were more concerned about talking shit to her rather than actually attacking her transphobic arguments, which, let's be real here, they're bad. But, since people were mean spirited to begin with, and in this case, it's like the left leaning crowd, the really stupid left leaning crowd, uh, they basically just, there was just really no professionalism whatsoever. And finally, another reason cancel culture sucks is because nobody has like a limit as to how much is too much when you're punishing someone, right? Whereas, our modern day justice system basically has already solved that problem by, assigning certain charges to certain people. But, essentially the problem with cancel culture, in my views, is that it's very anarchic and it doesn't have any sort of order or any sort of power check, if you will. And yeah, I really felt like these things had to be said. But yeah, anyway, Connie, I'll spare you the things there. I think I've said enough. Right, you were saying something. Still, I hope. Right, who is she swallowing now? Well, it would be, I guess, his boyfriend. Yin. He's like a little troll doll. You remember troll dolls, right? So, yeah. Come on, come on. I think I may want to decrease the size a bit. Oopsies. Ah, crap. I accidentally clicked on Discord. Bye bye, RAM. Alright, I don't think Discord has been summoned yet, so I'm just gonna move on. Oh, come on, come on. May want to put some music now that things have turned tension down a bit. Anyway, I was hoping to show like a little image of the troll doll, but unfortunately I couldn't search for it. But yeah, it's those little trolls from like the 80s and whatever. That's essentially it. Come on, come on. Don't open Discord. I don't really need you right now. Alright, there we go. Yeah, those vintage troll dolls, basically. Yeah, that's what Yin is, basically. Uh, hi Dave. Nice to see you. What the hell just happened to Twitch? Finally, the stream is back. Wait, what the hell? Yeah, Twitch seems to be suffering some technical problems, but yeah. Come on. Come on. Oh, whatever, I'll just wait it out. But yeah, it's those vintage troll dolls. That's what he is. Oh, come on. That's right. Oh, come on. Come on. There we go. He's a lot more muscular now. Alright, Twitch is back online, thank God. sorry if I'm taking a little while, but basically, apparently, I wanted to show off this game called 18 Wheeler American Pro Trucker, which is basically like this arcade trucking simulator. Basically, it's from Sega. You might have played it. I remember playing it. There were plenty of those arcades, but anyway, I'm gonna just go ahead and play the full. Anyway, I'm gonna play the full GameCube version. I should probably play the arcade version, actually. Yeah, apparently this one doesn't have copyright music, so that should be good. Yeah, let me see if I can arrange this in a way that's crap. Crap. I love Lizard Tail. That's a real Southern boy accent. Yeehaw! Yeehaw! But yeah, it's a cool game though. And this one's gonna be a problem. Huh, the sound quality of the walkie-talkie guy is actually a lot higher. I actually like the original from the console version. He sounded a lot more grainy. This guy just sounds way too clean. Alright. These voices suck balls. I'm gonna go with the other version. Yeah, the arcade version kind of sucks because the voiceovers are just terrible. Anyway, let's just skip to this one. There we go. See? Oh my god, I love the funny mic for this. Shit, wait, I didn't even turn on that. What the hell? This is so stupid. What am I doing with my life? Oh my god, that was horrible. Anyway, let me just explain what happened. The voices in the other one sounded pretty clear, and this one actually sounds a little better. You know what? I'm gonna just go back to the other video and show you exactly the problem. Alright, so yeah, let me just give you a little... So this is how it sounds in the arcade. Really hate adjusting this shit all the time.
Breaker 19. This is Texas Hawk. Anybody out there, copy? Over.
Rubble.
Come back? This is a lizard tail.
Step on it.
It sounds too clean.
All of you losers to get out of my way. Eat this.
Oh no! Rock and roll.
Alright, and then you have the other one here, which is a little bit better, if I'm being honest. So yeah, you have this version, which actually has better voice acting, and it sounds... I guess it just sounds grainy enough to sound American, you know what I mean? Like you have a male Karen just driving around in a truck or something, that kind of feeling. I don't know if any of you are Americans, so you're probably not going to get any of this. Alright, here's the...
18-wheeler.
Alright, so this is the console
Presented
version.
by Sega.
Where's the Sega? Where is that? Jesus, that is boring.
They crisscross the American continent, towing 30 tons or more at a time behind them.
Breaker 19. This is Texas Hawk. Anybody out there copy? Over.
Trouble.
Come back. This is Lizard Tail.
Step on it.
I'm telling all you losers to get out of my way. Eat this!
Rock and roll. The roar of 400.
I love the funny mic.
The
Funny
drivers
mic.
know these 26-meter vehicles like the backs of their hands. Time is running out.
Yeah, I know, right? It sounds a lot better. Alright, it seems the video part is blocking chat. I might want to move this a little bit.
18-wheeler.
So yeah, it sucks. The arcade version sucks. It sounds too clean, you know? Americans aren't that clean, alright? That's the British, alright? The British are clean. But the Americans, Jesus Christ, they like to funny mic their way to oblivion.
Asphalt cowboy.
You're new, aren't you? If you got any problems, just call out. I'll give you a hand. Your destination for this job is Key West. Make sure you get there on time.
Ready? Go! Good morning, New York. 1110 KRWA Super Express Truckers Network. Here's our first song to wake you up. Here we go.
We truckers are considered real professionals by making our deliveries on time. So hurry up and become a full professional, you hear? I'm Lizard Tail, #1 trucker in the U.S. of A. And don't you forget it! You're in my way, greenhorn! Don't run that rig in front of me!
I just love the funny mic. Jesus, this game is loud.
Full pro, but you're looking pretty good. We're counting on you to do the next job right, too.
Try to park your truck in the garage. Put your truck in the garage. Ready? Go! The horn.
You got the horny.
Please select a trailer.
Looks like you're getting the hang of it. Your destination this time is Dallas. You haven't got much time, but take it easy anyway.
Wait, are you? My dream consists of being a truck driver in America and having a heavy accent like that sometimes. Are you for real? That's so cool. But yeah, I mean, being someone that probably lives in a hellhole that is Turkey, yeah, I don't blame you for wanting to move to America. But I would avoid the southern part of it if I were you. That's usually the more homophobic side of America. I think the only states that I know that are actually not homophobic, at least for the most part, is New York City to the... It's New York City... Fuck, this game is loud. New York City on the east, basically East Coast, and on the far west coast, you have California, which also has been... It's been reliably progressive for the most part. It's probably the most progressive state of all the U.S., as far as I know. There are other places too. But, yeah. And, yeah, I mean, if you're planning on moving there, then that's usually where I would point you. But, also, California has, like, a northern and southern part, and those usually have very different cultures. So you might want to watch out for that if you're going to move there. But, yeah. Also, just full disclosure, I actually live in Puerto Rico. I haven't actually been there in a while, so... Yeah, this is just me from what I learned from the internet, so, yeah. Although my mom was in Chicago briefly. That place was pretty good too, but I can't say much about, like, the LGBT-ness of it. It really just depends on the culture of each state. So it's like... Basically, just think of the U.S. as a souped-up European Union. You get the idea.
Ready? Go!
Or the milk. The silk milk. Alright.
You got the muffler! Please select a trailer.
Your destination this time is just short of Las Vegas. Get going! We're counting on you.
Las Vegas. Yeah, I really should play American Truck Sim someday. Once I get a gaming rig, I should be able to do it, but at the moment, I'm still trying to save up for that.
Go! Welcome to Sea of Sand. This song is our way of wishing you happy sailing. Checkpoint! Hurry up!
Okay, you're almost there. Don't let down your guard and have an accident now.
Faster! You're running out of time! Hurry up! You made it!
Good job! Not too bad. I just can't sit around here like this.
Try to park your truck in the garage. Put your truck into reverse gear. Ready? Go! You did it! You got the engine!
Let me see if I can...
Please select a trailer.
Hey, you're pretty good. I think I can leave you on your own from now on.
Ready? Go! Good evening, all you truckers. You're nearly at the West Coast. Here's a song for the road.
How's your time? Your destination is already visible.
Yeah, I think,
Nice and easy. Let's get there in one piece. You're in my way, greenhorn! Don't run that ring in front of me!
Alright, let me see if there's something here. I lost a lot of progress here, so hopefully it's restored, but...
You're in my way, greenhorn! Don't run that ring in front of me!
Yeah, no, this is...
Excellent job! That's your job done! You really did it! Congratulations!
God damn it, I should have saved earlier. Sorry I'm drawing this all over again, it's just that I lost a lot of progress with this. Just lag. At least I can actually write this correctly. just looking for something here. Hold on, I am lagging. grab a glass of water that I left behind. I should be back in a sec, so give me a moment. Alright, be right back. back shots. Hello, random skateboard. Didn't see that there because my phone was charging. Crap, I left my phone there. Give me a moment. Oh shit, right. Yeah. Anyway, I apologize for the. I apologize for the delay. It's just that I've been seeing this one video about NFTs, and one surprising thing about it is that it is very much constructive. Like the comment section is not inflammatory at all. Most of them are professional, and they're pretty, they're pretty civil, right? Which is unusual for the comment section. So yeah, and there's even some people saying, "Hey, comment section, thank you for being so civil. I'm glad this didn't turn into a cesspool. Blah blah blah. You get the idea." little carried away reading a bit, so I'll try and get back to Chrome, but yeah. You know what? I may as well show, I may as well show the video that I was interested in. It's just that there's a lot of very constructive comments here, so yeah. Anyway, give me a moment. Now, I may want to give a bit of a trigger warning, what am I saying? Just a warning, there may be some NFT cringe, or at least you might consider it cringe. I'm a little mixed on that, so I'm just going to try and see this with an open mind, but yeah, some of you might find this a bit cringe-worthy, so I'm just going to get that out of the way. So yeah. Alright, let's go.
Sold a JPEG for 69. When Beeple sold a JPEG for $69 million, it forced the world to answer a question. Does digital ownership mean anything? Or are these going to be remembered like tulips? A cautionary tale on the dangers of speculation. NFTs have attracted quite a bit of heat in the last year. Heat that I think is misunderstood. As a 3D artist of nearly 20 years, I've witnessed a growing discrepancy between the value that digital art gives fans versus the value that lands in the artist's bank.
Alright, good night, random skateboard. Hope to see you soon. Anyway, whoever is here, I might go on a bit of a thing here. Alright, I think I may need to get this out of the way. Right. NFTs, pretty controversial, obviously. How can I say this? I don't like NFTs how they are today, but I think they have potential to be something better in the future. That's a lot more complicated than it actually is, but I think that, you have to really understand the background to where NFTs come from, and it can trace itself back all the way to, I think, basically Bitcoin, which, no, not Bitcoin, it's the 2008 financial crisis, right? So basically, you had these people who essentially who kind of like this, well, how can I, all right, I'm just trying to come up with a way to explain this, right? So Bitcoin started out as a reaction to the 2008 financial crisis, and people figured that the government was to blame for that, so basically they decided to create Bitcoin, right, as a way of transforming the way we think about money and the way we use money, right? The idea was that in time, the Bitcoin would replace the modern day dollar or any other currency for that matter, right? Without having to be reliant on the banks. So yeah, that's the idea. So where does that leave NFTs, right? Now, let me just be very clear. NFTs are essentially a tool that haven't found their purpose in life. In other words, nobody really knows what kind of use NFTs have. There is some use for it, but unfortunately, because the world is so broken right now, people keep using it for scams and all that. But I find it really hypocritical that people are now focusing on this shit when, scams and all that sort of thing have always been, a, they have always been there. It's not like it's a very unique problem. Um, so yeah, there's a lot of work to do when it comes to rooting out the scams and all that sort of thing, but to be honest, this is not the kind of thing that that it's going to be great uh, overnight. I think this is something that's going to be a little bit like how the internet started out. It started out like a piece of crap. It started out with many problems, but then over time it became something good, right? It's not going to be as, oh my God, it's going to change the world. It's not like that. It's more like being in the middle, right? So, NFTs obviously are going through their cringe phase, and obviously even the internet itself went through a bubble of sorts, right? And, a lot of people tend to be very ignorant about this sort of thing. And, also there's the environmental impact, right? Uh, Honestly, I think the solution to that is simply that we should try and move over to nuclear energy. I think that that's something that people don't really realize because you could say that NFTs have an environmental impact, but so is what I'm doing right now. Having a computer plugged all day on the wall constantly sucking out electricity while also being on like high performance mode or something, like literally. And that's the power setting that I set my laptop at. Basically, it's like in performance mode, which isn't very good for when it comes to saving light. But yeah, also keeping the TV on, using a gaming PC takes a lot of electricity too. So ultimately, I think this is really just about, a sort of hypocrisy that it's basically the same kind of hypocrisy that I talked about before, where, people like to blame NFTs for all the problems in the world because it's a new thing, but they never really have any sort of self-reflection over, their own electricity consumption. So they just end up saying, "Oh, NFTs are bad for the environment." Yeah, so is everything else about our society. So is every technology that we are using. So I think if you're gonna be angry at something, you may as well be angry at Shell, which is one of the biggest petroleum companies in the world. But oh no, oh wait, Shell is a big company. You can't touch them. So let's just go ahead and bully these new NFT bros these new kids on the block, which are the NFT bros. Let's just bully them and make ourselves feel like environmental activists. This is not even environmental activism. That's slacktivism right there. You know, if you really want to help the environment, again, paying charities usually helps. There's the World Wildlife Foundation, or WWF, not to be confused with wrestling. They usually help a lot with that sort of thing, right? Supporting, alternative energy projects, or heck, investing in atomic power is usually the best way to go. The only thing that's stopping atomic power is, the public. It's basically just public opinion. But you know what? Before we continue with this, I may as well show you this. So I think you need to really watch this right here, and because I think there's a lot of misconceptions about, nuclear power, and this is basically very science related. And
Around
so
200
yeah,
years ago, it was the mastery of this material, coal, that enabled the Industrial Revolution and lifted human civilization up to new heights. Cars, planes, electricity across the globe, AirPods that you think make you look cool, but really don't. Fossil fuels have enabled some truly amazing things. But like the practice of FaceTiming in public without headphones, the time of coal is at an end. It's time to reset public perceptions of power. It's time to go nuclear.
Now entering.
all right. So this video is basically going to prove how, nuclear power, at least compared to petroleum, is a lot better. And even when there are like accidents on nuclear plants, usually that can easily be contained, right? You might actually want to look up how animals are in the Chernobyl zone, right? The in Chernobyl, right? The place that blew up and all that. You might want to look at animals there, and you will notice that, they're still fine, right? They're still alive, they're living their things and all that. Meanwhile, if an oil spill happens, say, in the ocean, you're going to see like these oil slicks, these puddles of complete oil, and next thing you're going to see is like fish that are dead because they drowned out in oil. And then next thing you know, you see pelicans just trying to come out of the puddle, that sort of thing. Like, yeah, that's totally, I think maybe it's better if I just let the video talk about it, but you get the point.
The facility.
As we travel to the reactor, I know that nuclear power has a lot of strong opinions associated with it, so before I argue that the world needs a lot more nuclear power, why don't we go through basically how nuclear power works. The secret of nuclear power is to take advantage of what radioactive material already wants to do: decay. When radioactive material decays over the course of its half-life, random high-energy pieces of itself fly out in all directions. What nuclear engineers do is take this nuclear material, usually in the form of fuel rods, and arrange it carefully such that when these high-energy particles come out, they hit other fuel rods, encouraging chain reactions to happen. If you do this carefully, like we said, you can generate immense amounts of heat from the radioactive material all on its own. We use this heat to generate steam from water, and then that steam turns turbines to generate electricity. Now, yes, coal-fired power plants do exactly the same thing, but where coal is impossibly outclassed by nuclear power is in energy density. And yes, my hyperrail here is nuclear power.
Hyperrail velocity at 67% above safe parameters.
I may have made a few changes to the standard it's probably fine. This is 1 kilogram of naturally refined carbon, ancient molecules compressed and heated over millions of years in the depths of planet Earth. If you add a little energy to this lump, you can release all the chemical potential that's been waiting millions of years to get out and, I don't know, charge your vape pen. Wow, how poetic. Fossil fuel like this led the Industrial Revolution because it is so energy dense. For example, in just 1 kilogram, you might be able to release 25 million joules of chemical energy. This, on my other hand, is 1 kilogram of pure uranium-235. Let me ask you this question. How much coal do you think it would take to match the energy I could get out of this amount of uranium inside of a fission reactor? Well, spoiler alert, it's this much, over 1 million kilograms of coal just to equal what I can hold in my hand. Nuclear fuel is 1 million times more energy dense than fossil fuel, which means it would take relatively few nuclear reactors across the planet to completely replace fossil fuels. And I argue that we simply must replace them, if nothing else, to save lives. The public sentiment towards nuclear power is very negative. Many of you watching probably feel negatively about it and think that inside of a nuclear power plant is one of the most dangerous places you could be, but that's simply not true. Let's try a little thought experiment, shall we? Let's imagine a hypothetical town of 27,000 homes that houses, let's just say off the top of my head, 187,000 people. I chose that number because our hypothetical reactor down here beneath my feet is producing 1 terawatt hour of energy per year, 1 trillion watt hours of energy. Now, I ask you, how many people per year in our hypothetical town will lose their lives as a direct result from pollution and accidents relating to different sources of energy? Well, if all this energy was coming from coal, we'd expect 25 people per year to lose their lives as a result of mining accidents, pollution, etc. If this was a natural gas town, that number drops to about 3 people per year as the safety.
All right. I might want to stop there so that I can fully contextualize what I'm trying to say here. Essentially, what I'm trying to say with all of this is that the problem that NFTs are often accused of, which is, of course, hurting the environment, is a lot bigger and a lot more complicated than these libtards are willing to believe, right? If you really want to fix the problem that NFTs are causing, which is quote unquote making the world more polluted, then I think it's better to start confronting the petroleum companies that do that. Constantly be on their backs and just, try and tell them that this shit is not acceptable, right? And of course, voting can sometimes help, but you know what also helps? Just talking to your fucking senators. In the US, at least, you could actually start calling them and start annoying them about this, and this could actually help a lot, since you voted them into office, so they want you to keep voting, so you just tell them, I'm not going to vote for you if you don't tackle this shit. So I think ultimately this is the problem that people don't want to address because they're just too hypocritical to even talk about it, right? I think that this is just really where it should be. So all of this NFT problem that people love to dunk on it, that it's bad for the environment, that could have been solved if we just simply transitioned into nuclear power. But of course, since it's a lot easier to just cyberbully some NFT bro, they just do that instead of, oh, I don't know, bullying a multi-million-dollar company like Shell, Like, come on, man. This is not even real activism. This is slacktivism, and by its fucking definition. Anyway, back to business.
Goes up. Where's nuclear power, you might ask? Less than a single person per year. It would take years and years before we saw any real result or impact from this power in this way. The only thing that's actually safer than nuclear power in this regard is wind and solar. And yes, that's even with this weird glowing thing happening beneath my feet, which I happen to think is pretty cool. Now I know what you're probably thinking at this point.
But Kyle, what about the Chernobyl and Fukushima nuclear disasters?
Well, yes, those incidents were terrible, a showcase of what could happen when nuclear power goes wrong, and it cost a lot of human lives. But we need to keep the context here. These were some of the most publicized events in human history. Does the public opinion and the press actually reflect the harm that was done by these incidents? Well, let me present to you a graph. This graph will show the number of deaths associated with pollution, production, accidents of different sources of power per terawatt hour, just like in our hypothetical town. As you might suspect, there aren't a lot of pollution and accidents and generation fatalities from wind and solar. They're fairly low. But where do you think nuclear and coal will end up? Well, coal is a lot, as we'll get into a little bit later, 100,000 deaths per terawatt hour from pollution and mining accidents, etc. And nuclear power is, all the way down there, below wind and solar. Now, hear me very clearly. According to all the data that we have, nuclear power is literally the safest form of power that we have. Let that sink in for a second, including everything that happened after Chernobyl, including everything that happened with Fukushima, including disasters, pollution, accidents, everything. Nuclear power is still the safest form of energy that we've ever had. Oh, but don't let that fact sink in this much. This is really bad. Kevin, can you get the iodine pills, please? Now, I'm sure you know that fossil fuel comes from fossils, but what fossils are we talking about exactly? There you are. I'd argue that most people think fossil fuels come from the most famous of fossils, the dinosaurs, but this is a persistent and grand misconception. Fossil fuels come from ancient carbon. Carbon is what makes something organic, but carbon in these forms takes millions and millions and millions of years of temperature and pressure to form, time that the dinosaurs just haven't had yet. So all of our fossil fuels actually come from fossilized zoo and phytoplankton from the world's early oceans and from terrestrial plants and trees from the Carboniferous period 300 million years ago, well before the dinosaurs ever existed. It's going to be a very long time before any T-Rexes are powering your car. Right now it's just like weird ferns? The argument for more nuclear power doesn't only rely on what it has already done. Instead, it can rest fully on what nuclear power can do going forward for the planet and its people. For example, let's try another thought experiment. How many human lives would we save if we switched every coal plant in the world to nuclear power? Well, if we go all the way back to 1965, using freely available data that you can look at yourself, we can estimate that air pollution from fossil fuels has cost us something like 80 million human lives, 5 million lives a year at this point. And if you care about human life, this is now a moral argument. Every day we don't switch to safer and more efficient forms of energy like nuclear power. Every time a country like Germany decides to phase out all nuclear power plants because they're afraid of them, it literally kills people. 4,000 people in China die every day from fossil fuel air pollution. Whether you know it or not, this is the moral calculus we're all making. And even if you're like me, you don't care much for non-synthetic human consciousness,
Humans are gross.
we should at least switch to more nuclear power for the sake of the planet. Make no mistake, human-caused or anthropogenic climate change is the biggest pressure on human progress and on the biosphere. Famine, drought, mass migrations, crumbling biological infrastructures, climate change is the problem of problems. And again, here, nuclear power could be a plausible way forward. This stuff coming out of my nuclear power plant behind me is not radioactive fallout or carbon emissions. No, it is just water vapor. Aside from the trivially small carbon footprint from building a nuclear power plant, nuclear power is clean. It has zero carbon emissions. And like our saving lives argument, it's estimated that since 1971, nuclear power has prevented 64 gigatons of carbon equivalent from entering the atmosphere. That's equal to about, oh, I don't know, the United States burning coal for 35 years. And obviously, if we had more nuclear power now, it would mean even more prevented emissions. Right now, the world only uses nuclear power for about 4% of its pure energy production. Now, nuclear power is not going to be the only way forward. It can and does work in conjunction with other clean energies like wind and solar, but it could be a very promising way forward if we focus on the science and the data and not fear. And we're not talking about old 60s and 70s technology that you'd see on HBO. No, nuclear power is advancing every single day. How do I know this? Well, I'm working with the government now. Yep, on this video. In exchange for clearing my supervillain record, today's video was made in conjunction with the United States Department of Energy and Idaho National Laboratory, the United States' lead nuclear energy research facility. And obviously I'm working with them because I also love facilities. It was at INL where the first fission reactor that produced usable electricity was made. Both INL and I want to reset public opinion about nuclear power, and we want to get people excited about it. It's not all doom and gloom. There's some legitimately fascinating science happening right now. For example, today, INL is researching new kinds of plug-and-play modular nuclear reactors that can be connected in series to fuel any kind of power demand. It's like that reactor in The Dark Knight Rises that Morgan Freeman was talking about, but it's talked about more intelligently and without a weird... INL is also looking into micro reactors that are small enough to fit inside a semi-truck and can be transported basically anywhere to deliver megawatts of power to remote areas that rely on diesel generators today. The application for clean, safe, immediate power are numerous. Just think of how a microreactor could be rapidly deployed to an area after a natural disaster like a hurricane. It would be delivered by truck and quickly reestablish a foothold to rebuild from, and running without any refueling for up to 10 years. This kind of research is changing the game. We're not talking about decades-old power plants anymore. Nuclear power is getting smaller, safer, and more energy efficient by the day, which only strengthens what I think is now a very reasonable argument that you should consider. The world needs more nuclear power, and it needs it right now. And I know when I say that, many of you are still imagining something like Chernobyl in the back of your mind, and yes, it's true. In the worst case, nuclear power can be one of the worst cases. But for context here, fossil fuels are stealing literally tens of millions of our brothers and sisters every few years, and no one seems to care. Well, it's time to care. Nuclear power is the victim of bad press and cognitive bias. We remember the handful of disasters and forget the day-to-day victories. I would look crazy if I came to you and said, oh, we got to stop flying because there's sometimes a crash, but it's also the most safe and most efficient way to fly. But that's exactly what arguments against...
Alright, Guru1313, I hope you're enjoying the art. Sorry if I went a little bit on a tangent about politics. Let me know if you don't like it, because, yeah, I was mostly talking about to this other one called Random Skateboard, and she was like really open to that, so I'm not sure what your take on it is, so just let me know in chat. So yeah, I'm just gonna watch this video mostly for fun now, so you know, just for education purposes. Anyway, have fun.
Nuclear power sound like. And furthermore...
Administrator, your supervillain record has now been deleted by the U.S. Department of Energy.
Oh, thanks, science. I was running out of dope arguments for nuclear energy. Until next time. Kevin, can I get those pills? I look like a human nightlight out here.
Now exiting the facility.
Thank you so much to the very nerdy Stan.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna vent this out because I really feel like this needs to be said. Basically, you know, the reason I was wanting to show this video is because I feel like NFTs are being scapegoated, you know, for the crimes that basically, you know,
Dear
petroleum...
viewer, you've been conditioned.
Sorry. So, you know, I think that NFTs nowadays are usually the scapegoat of that, That's not to say that NFTs aren't shady. They can be shady. Oh, it's you, Connie. Right. Nice to see you again. Anybody wants to bring friends on Discord? Well, I don't know. There's not a lot of people right now, so can't really say for sure. Anyway, just to finish my vent here, I'm not going to deny that NFTs aren't shady. They can be shady, but honestly, the way that people talk about the shady side of NFTs is as if it's as if the concept of scams was a new concept when it hasn't, you know, oh, you're just passing by. All right, cool. You know, so to finish my point, I feel like the way in which people talk about the scammy side of NFTs is as if scams are like a new thing when they have always existed, you know, since before since before NFTs were even invented, right? Before they were even come up with, right? So really it's I will admit that it's basically a very underdeveloped tool that still needs to find, some use for it. Like I said before, NFTs are essentially are they're like a technology that hasn't found its purpose in life yet. Nobody knows how to use it properly, so most of the time the bad people in the world just end up using it for, you know, they end up using it for scams, right? And the environmental argument, I honestly think, is very hypocritical because, it ignores a lot of the nuance that involves, like you saw in that video, where, it's not about NFTs making the world more polluted. It's more about um, people just being stubborn and not accepting the fact that if we don't switch to nuclear energy, we're pretty much doomed. And people are just gonna simply say, "Ah, fuck that nuclear energy. Everything's gonna turn out like Chernobyl." Meanwhile, they're not. They're ignorant of the fact that that there's so many uh, petroleum operations that just end up hurting animals and people, as you already saw in the video. So again, it's all just a load of hypocrisy that I just really can't help but see whenever people just end up talking about NFTs. And because honestly, I think that's just a quick and cheap way to make yourself look like you care for the environment. And I think that's just bullshit. Spend some money over to WWF. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna send the link to their website just so you can learn that. So, you know, I'm gonna just send the link to their website so you can donate to them because, spending money on them is a much better spend is spending money on them is a much better time well spent instead of having to cyberbully a bunch of NFT bros, right? Leave them alone. If you think they're pathetic, that's a valid opinion, but don't, for the love of God, bully them because that's just wasting time, you know? Don't bully techno crypto bros or NFT bros. Leave them alone. Let them enjoy ape their little ape avatars. But if you really want to save the environment, don't hate on NFTs. Just spend their money on these guys. It's called the World Wildlife Organization. It should appear in chat in a moment. Let me see if give me a moment. Freaking lag is holding me back. Crap. All right, there it is. It should appear in a moment. Some reason, there we go. I don't know where chat is. Let me check this out. So yeah, Yeah, the link hasn't appeared yet for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Refresh. What the hell happened to chat? Ugh. Alright, I'll try and send it through mobile, but for some reason it's lagging like hell. What the hell is going on? Uh, Alright, here we go. There's the link. You know, I'm gonna write it down a little bit and pin that message a bit. So, just gonna stop wasting your time bullying in crypto and NFT gurus. Spend your money on a chair on the World's Wildlife Foundation. And here's their link. Stop wasting your time bullying crypto and NFT bros and spend your money on the World Wildlife Foundation. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do here. That's how you do activism. But honestly, bullying a bunch of a bunch of NFT bros is not going to make the petroleum go away. So yeah, I would really implore you to donate to them, at least $1. It would still make a much bigger difference than just talking shit to NFT bros. So just keep that in mind. And also, it's not about NFTs sucking. It's more about how we should be moving on from petroleum into nuclear power, like we're seeing here. Now, this video right here is about nuclear waste, right? It's essentially a sequel to the previous video. So anyway, I'm gonna put this and continue my art.
We've been tricked by years of television shows, movies, and video games into thinking that nuclear waste looks like this. Yellow barrels of bubbling, glowing green goo just ready to be toxic and transformative and spill into some nearby river and make giant insects and stuff. But like how commercials think that people actually sit in jackets and jeans in their own home, this depiction of nuclear waste couldn't be further from the truth. The reality of the situation is one of entirely plausible and safe management, nearly indestructible storage, and solutions that we've known about for literally decades. Today, let's see if we can't set the record straight, shall we? Kevin, clean up all this goo. I don't know what it is. Wear some gloves.
Now entering the facility.
According to basically any poll you'd like to look at on the subject, most people view nuclear waste and its disposal as a fundamental obstacle for the expansion of nuclear power. Many of you may imagine a disaster like Chernobyl, which is now unfortunately ongoing, when I mention nuclear waste. But this is the image in your head that I want to challenge on today's program. It is my contention that nuclear waste is nowhere near the problem you think it is. And this misconception is leading to both improper management of nuclear waste and it's inhibiting the expansion of nuclear power, which of course you know I'm for. So just so you don't think I'm in the pocket of big uranium here, today I will start from the ground up, point A to point B, give you all the facts, and eventually lead you through my reasoning. If at the end of today's episode you don't agree with me, that's fine. At least I think you have all the facts, which I ran by industry professionals before filming this video. So we begin. What is nuclear waste? Nuclear waste, or radioactive waste more generally, is any waste that emits alpha, beta, or gamma radiation. It can be anything from spent nuclear fuel rods down to the gloves that nuclear engineers wear. And it comes from nuclear medicine, nuclear power production, and the reprocessing of nuclear weapons, as well as rare earth mining. To date, almost 500,000 tons of nuclear waste has been generated, though a third of that has been recycled. Instead of going to a dump or some large single area, because of public skepticism, nuclear waste is almost always either stored where it is generated on site, in pools of water, or in so-called dry casks above the ground, which we'll get to. Yeah, I called you Big Uranium because it sounded cool. Make the check out to Kyle Hill, H-I-L. Sorry, I was just subscribing to some magazines. Now, with thousands of tons of nuclear waste accumulating at sites all around the world, you may expect me now to start listing off all of the known environmental and health effects from nuclear waste. And that's what makes the public so skeptical, right? Well, I can't. Properly managed nuclear waste has no currently known widespread environmental or public health effects. This isn't barrels and barrels of glowing green goo just waiting to poison your river. No, this is reconstituted nuclear material in ceramic and glass and encased in many kilograms of concrete and steel forever.
Sounds like the world is more affected by the waste generated on TikTok.
That's right, Arya. Does anyone know how to not dance like they're at a theater kid's boring wedding? Sheesh! What the world seems to have forgotten about, or is just straight up ignoring, is that the non-nuclear waste we are producing right now, every second, is so much worse. It's literally killing us right now. Most of the world uses fossil fuels, right? Well, let's do the same comparisons that we just did on this program. How much fossil fuel waste is produced? Well, every year in the US alone, coal plants put more ash into the sky by weight than 300 times all of the nuclear waste ever produced in every single way ever. That happens every year. Do the math, and an average coal plant in the US will put more ash into the air and the atmosphere every hour than a single nuclear plant will in its entire lifetime. Where does all this fossil fuel waste go? Well, look around. The trees, the topsoil, the atmosphere, your lungs. How does it affect people? 1 in 5 deaths can be attributed to the burning of inefficient fuels like gasoline and coal. And finally, have there been any large-scale health and environmental effects from proper management of fossil fuel waste? Well, yeah. This hurts to look at because it's hurting the world, and yet we still maintain this tremendous blind spot for things like this. You remember this happening, right? It's true that radioactivity can be dangerous in a different kind of way, but even here, if you look into the numbers, just by nature of how coal is processed, it contains some amount of radioactive material. It comes from the ground just like everything else, and the average coal plant, through its ash, will put more radiation in the atmosphere than 100 times what a nuclear plant of the same size would. Look, I'm no expert here. I'm no scientist, but I think about radiation a lot. I do my research. I've been to Chernobyl myself. And I can tell you that I'd rather spend a week in Chernobyl, maybe not now, than say a week in Beijing, when the air quality is literally so bad It's worse than what the first responders at Ground Zero on 9/11 were breathing. Remember, this isn't worst case versus worst case. This is not Chernobyl versus Exxon. This is complicated reality versus complicated reality. And right now, the reality is that fossil fuel is the invisible scourge that people imagine nuclear waste to be.
But Administrator, if nuclear waste isn't as bad as fossil fuel pollution, and the problem is already solved, what is the solution?
Ah, yes, the whole point of this episode. And Arya, get Big Uranium back on the phone. I could use a new Lamborghini. Magazine subscription. Damn. Nothing I've said so far actually demonstrates that nuclear waste isn't dangerous, just that it's less harmful than other forms of waste. So let's talk about how nuclear waste is actually managed. Out of a nuclear power plant like the one behind me, there are 3 kinds of waste that can be produced. Low-level waste, which can be anything from papers to gloves that are lightly irradiated. Intermediate-level waste that does require some shielding but decays well enough over time, and high-level waste. This is the stuff that people worry about, the stuff that needs to be cooled down in cooling ponds for a couple of years before being stored away. Now, even though this is the stuff people really worry about, it's only a tiny, tiny fraction of all the nuclear waste produced. In fact, all of the high-level waste ever created by every nuclear power plant in the world could be buried in just a football field-sized space. Yeah, nuclear power is just that efficient. Now, as we said, high-level waste is stored mostly above ground in so-called dry casks, giant concrete cylinders that can weigh as much as the world's heaviest door, and inside of them is not green goo like you imagine. No, it's glass and ceramic. Nuclear material melted down, combined with glass and ceramic and inert material such that the nuclear stuff stays cool and stays below critical. Despite a blue whale's worth of concrete, despite the known physics of shielding, the public still isn't comfortable with these casks. The San Onofre nuclear generating station found this out when they started transferring high-level waste to above-ground casks near a beach, and the people there are still protesting that, imagining that this will be a problem for millennia. However, what they may not realize is that the vast majority, over 95% of all nuclear waste, has a short enough half-life that it can decay on-site to the point of harmlessness in the lifetime of a power plant. Some longer-lived materials will have to be stored away forever, of course, but most of it will decay in the lifetime of a plant to inert rock and glass. At that point, standing next to one of these gargantuan nuclear coffins will literally be less harmful than taking a cross-country flight. Contrast this with fossil fuels again. Coal plants, for example, are the single largest source of mercury pollution on Earth, and neurotoxic metals like this will never ever lose their toxicity, ever. They will always be a problem, and today they're not even contained.
Administrator, your request for the new Lamborghini Aventador has been denied by Big Uranium.
Oh, come on, how many sensible facts do I have to shill for a sick Lambie? When properly stored and managed, nuclear waste is just so much easier to deal with than anything that comes out of fossil fuel use and production.
But what about in between nuclear waste production and storage? Couldn't some accident happen when moving nuclear waste around?
That's a good question, Arya. I want to show you something. These are nuclear waste transport casks. These are what we use to put nuclear waste in and move it from site A to site B or what have you. Now, for all intents and purposes, these are indestructible. Like Hulk level, Infinity Gauntlet level indestructible. Watch this for a second. Yeah, you can throw a runaway train at one of these things and nothing happens. In the millions and millions of miles these things have traveled across the globe for decades, there have been 0 recorded accidents where one cracks open and stuff leaks out. There's nothing to leak. Remember, this is not green glowing goo. This is concrete and steel and glass and ceramic. And because of that, and because these things are so indestructible, it's very unlikely any of this is ever going to get weaponized like people are worried about. That's just not how these materials are going to work. What people should be worried about is something like a rogue piece of medical equipment somewhere, as unfortunately the entire city of Goiânia, Brazil, found out a few decades ago. When properly stored and managed, nuclear waste might in fact be the safest waste there is. And all of this is even without the ultimate solution for all of this stuff that nuclear scientists and engineers have known about for decades. So with that, it's time to go underground.
Give me a moment. I'm writing a comment here. Alright, there we go. Nearly done here, so yeah, let me just finish the video.
Oh, my thighs. The international scientific consensus is that the best option for long-term storage of high-level nuclear waste is deep geological disposal. It sounds simple, and that's because it is. You dig a big hole that goes really far underground, you put the already safe dry casks in there. You dig the hole so deep that it's below anything that's a water table, geologically active, or a biosphere. It's as isolated as you can get from humanity without literally throwing these things into space, which you can't do. And we know that this deep disposal would work because billions of years ago, nature already tried it. About 2 billion years ago, in what is now Gabon, Africa, a rich natural uranium deposit, moderated by intruding groundwater, kicked off a series of modestly powerful nuclear reactions, a natural nuclear reactor right in the ground. These reactions generated energy and heat for hundreds of thousands of years. And I'm telling you this little geological factoid because in all of that time, with all of the movement of the underlying geology, with all of the erosion, with zero protection, zero storage, the waste from this natural reactor, which was in contact with groundwater, moved less than 30 feet away from the site. Even without decades of study backing it up, even without a metric buttload of specialized concrete shielding, this natural experiment worked, and it's good evidence that deep disposal is relatively safe.
If this is such a good solution, why aren't we doing it?
Well, why don't we ask the experts?
I thought you were an expert.
Oh, no. No, I'm just an expert at this. To make sure I got the facts in this program right, I spoke with the scientists and engineers over at Deep Isolation, the world's first private company.
Alright, I'm going to stop it right there for just a moment to take a quick note. Notice how he's actually talking to an expert, right? Like, he's not pretending he's the center of the universe. He's just, he's like, okay, I don't know this shit, so let me just talk to some experts and actually do that. I wish people would do that with trans people because, you have these content creators, these left-wing content creators that basically just like to talk about, trans people without actually directly talking to trans people. And I think that that's something that should always be done. So, if you're gonna talk about a certain thing, always talk to the experts.
To make advancements in a very promising twist on deep geological disposal. Now, instead of wanting to use giant mines underground that are 18 feet wide and need people and heavy machinery and you have to move tasks around with humans, instead of that, they want to use borehole technology that the oil and gas industry already has. Instead of those giant mines, you just drill 18-inch diameter holes, 1,000 feet or more into the ground. You drill it at an angle or horizontal or vertical, but you drill it all the way below aquifers, below anything that's geologically active, below more rock than is in a generic disaster film. Into these holes, you put nuclear casks, you stack them or you line them up, you fill the entire thing with concrete, you seal it, you forget about it. The great thing about this idea is that you can do this all on site at a nuclear power plant. Deep Isolation estimates that it would take just 20 of these size holes, you can find the space somewhere for that, to contain an entire nuclear power plant's lifetime's worth of nuclear waste, which means no single large repository somewhere, no single national site where taxpayers would have to pay for it and accept it. Not accepting it is exactly why a project like the Yucca Mountain repository died. According to Deep Isolation, geologic disposal is robust enough to survive earthquakes, ruptured canisters, and broken seals. This is simply a benefit of just being so deep underground. Funding exists right now to try something like this, and Deep Isolation has done its own polling to suggest that most of you would be much more comfortable knowing that a million-year solution like this was up and running. Look, I'm partially making this video because yes, I am pro-nuclear power, but I'm mainly making it because this is a perceived, imagined problem that has an easy solution that's staring us right in the face. We have the funding, we have proven technologies, we have scientific consensus. The thing that's holding us back from storing all of the nuclear waste in the world right now is you. Public acceptance. Whether or not we store waste in a more safe and manageable way, whether or not we do that and then expand nuclear power and then use nuclear power to help fight climate change, that is all up to you. I believe I've given you an accurate portrayal of this landscape. Whether or not it changes your mind, I did all I could as your resident science boy. Until next time, I gotta go fuel up my Lamborghini Honda Civic. You heard that.
Now exiting the facility.
Yeah, I know it's a $250,000 car. Do you know how hoarse my voice is from fact spewing? Oh. Thank you so much to the very nerdy staff at the facility for their direct and substantial support in the creation of this here video. Today, I want to recognize everyone who likes the video. It's an experiment, and subscribes to the channel. If you want to continue on this conversation, if you want to drape on a silky white lab coat, which we're actually making, if you want to join the Discord,
I would really suggest you subscribe. He does some pretty good videos on science if you're into that sort of thing. So yeah, go ahead.
see videos early, go to patreon.com/Kyle Hill and join the facility today. And as you can see, there's so many of you. I don't know how I'm going to spend this time sounding in my sultry, sick voice. But I bet a lot of you are wondering about space disposal. It's just a matter of fact that it's way too dangerous. And
No son zesfemu medenolo sulupu Rosoli honestitozen totelos ochronos apeti.
This is the epitaph of Seikilos, an ancient Greek song dating to the 1st century AD. It's one of the oldest surviving pieces of music. It contains advice on living in the present moment, with the limited time that we have on Earth. I've been exploring how early human cultures understood time, and how the first civilizations created methods of communicating this phenomenon. A phenomenon that even today we know frighteningly little about. From misplaced fears about the Mayan calendar to why North Korea is currently stuck in year 111. If you've ever wondered where our version of time comes from, you're in the right place as we explore the myth of time.
I wonder how the year zero was.
There's been one very basic way.
I wonder how the year zero was. Did anyone even know that it was a year zero?
Way of telling the time, the day. Judging on where that floating orb of warmth is, or isn't, you have a rough idea of what time it is. But aside from a steady cycle of seasons, there's not much to go on. There is some evidence of the first timekeepers from our distant past. This is the Ishango bone. It was discovered by a team of archaeologists in the Congo, Central Africa. On closer inspection, they noticed that the bone was covered in tiny notches. These markings didn't seem to be placed at random. They were arranged into 3 columns and were sorted into what looked like a tally chart. What's more, 2 of the columns added up to the same number, 60. At 20,000 years old, many believe that the Ishango bone is the oldest calendar in human history. Perhaps it was used to record different phases of the moon, or to track a menstrual cycle or pregnancy. But then again, others say that they're reading into it a bit too much. It could also be a bone with a bunch of scratches and nothing more. Either way, it's left to us to speculate. If it is a rudimentary calendar, it's one of the earliest attempts at recording the flow of time. Some of the first recognizable calendars come from Mesopotamia, roughly 4,000 years ago. When these people looked up at the night sky, they saw more than just twinkling lights. They saw data. They recorded the moon's phases, a cycle of waxing and waning over 30 days. They noted that at various seasons, the moon was in different places in the sky. Tracking its movements, they devised the world's first lunar calendar, a 12-month year synced up to the orbit and rotation of the moon. With a system of time in place, they knew when to farm and when to perform rituals to the gods. Like Inanna, the goddess of love and warfare, you can see her in the night sky most mornings, shining brightest as she descends below the horizon. You'll probably know her better as the planet Venus, the morning star. The ancient Mesopotamians were some of the first to join groups of stars into constellations, giving them names like the Bull of Heaven, the Goat Fish, and the Great Twins. Today we call these Taurus, Capricorn, and Gemini. They are part of a larger group of star signs that the Greeks called little animals, or zodiac. Whilst these early calendars were built around the moon, other cultures experimented with its counterpart, the sun. The emerging civilization of ancient Egypt has always been blessed with the Nile's regular annual flooding. They called it the Akhet, where the river rhythmically exceeds its banks, replenishing the soil with nutrients. The Egyptians noticed that whenever this happened, the star Sirius was in the same place in the sky, just above the sun at dawn. They figured out that if you counted the days until this pattern repeated itself, it would arrive at the number 365. They created a solar calendar consisting of 365 days, with annual events synced to the seasons. They worshipped the sun as a god, Ra, as he strode across the sky on his sun barge. They built obelisks in his name, like the great monument of Heliopolis, the city of the sun. The work of these Egyptian stargazers would be confirmed thousands of years later when astronomers learnt that the planet Earth indeed takes 365 days to orbit the sun. Although, technically, it's 365.25 days. We tend to ignore that 0.25, but that's a quarter of the day, 6 hours. In 4 years, you're a day out of sync. If you wait 120 years, you're a month out of sync. To account for this discrepancy, the Egyptians added an extra month every now and then to make up for lost time. In our calendar today, we include a leap year, an extra day every 4th year. These early lunar and solar calendars.
Chat, be right back. I'm gonna grab myself a snack, so try not to leave. Thanks. I am back, chat. Still in the middle of cooking something, so I might as well just doodle for a bit. Well, now that I think about it, I haven't prepared the food, but you know what? I'll doodle for a little while, maybe for 5 minutes. Let's see here. Hey Google, let's see if this works. Oh, it worked. Set a timer for 1 minute. Wait, no, it's not receiving anything. Set a set a timer for 1 minute. All right, there we go. I actually deactivated the voice, but you know, yeah, there we go. I may as well turn on the volume just in case. Yeah, it's... Okay. Back to the video.
Are only two examples. Across the world, cultures were able to make similar observations with the same startling accuracy. Ancient China had a combination of the two with their lunar-solar calendar, featuring their own unique menagerie of zodiac animals. Vedic India used their calendar to calculate the lifespans of various gods. For example, a single day for the god Brahma is equal to 4.32 billion human years. But that's nothing on the god Vishnu. In the time it takes for him to complete a single breath, a lifespan of Brahma passes.
That was fast.
In other words, that's
I'll give it a few minutes.
300.04 trillion years, the longest single breath in mythological history. In time, these calendars changed the way people saw themselves. You can now say how many years you've been alive for, or in which king's reign your parent was born. One of the earliest historians was a Greek writer called Herodotus. He travelled around the known world and wrote down all the stories he was told, real or fictional. There is one event which we know actually took place, even down to the very date and time. It was a battle between the Greek Lydians and Persian Medes, which was interrupted by a very strange phenomenon. He writes, "Just as the battle was growing warm, the day was of a sudden changed into night. The Medes and Lydians, when they observed the change, ceased fighting, and were alike anxious to have terms of peace agreed upon." What he had just described was a solar eclipse, when the moon passes in front of the sun. Since the movement of the sun and moon are predictable, this battle would have occurred on the 28th of May, 585 BC, making this the first real date in history. Once again, the sun and moon come together to help tell the time. For the ancient Greeks, history was infused with a healthy dose of mythology. Inhabiting times past are heroic warriors, capricious gods, and the ordinary people caught in between. To the Greeks, even time was a person. The concept was embodied in the titan Kronos, the father of Zeus, a cruel tyrant who had a penchant for eating his own children. Although he was later imprisoned by Zeus and the Olympian gods, he lives on in time-based words like chronology and synchronized. Another culture fascinated with the mythology of time were the Maya of Central America. They were prolific astronomers and used 3 different calendars, each with a specific purpose. From the Hab, a 365-day solar calendar for everyday goings-on, the Tzolk'in, a 260-day calendar for ritual events, and the Long Count, which stretches way back into mythical.
Wait. That sounds like World of Warcraft, you know, the trolls and everything, you know. Sultan. Sounds like a name for like a troll character for World of Warcraft for some reason.
History. According to the Long Count, this era of creation started on 4 Ahau, 8 Kumku. To you and me, that's Monday, August the 11th, 3114 BC. On this day, the god Tepiu and the feathered serpent Gukumats created the land, sea and sky using their thoughts alone and made the first humans out of maize. Later, 2 heroic twins defeat the demon lord Xibalba and bring order to the universe. Contrary to popular belief, The Mayan calendar
Wait.
does not predict the end of the world.
Wait. So you're telling me that Sebulba, I think it's. Wait, I think he's either the driver in Star Wars Episode 1 or the. No, he's the traitor, Sebulba. He's literally like the demon lord. Wow, that sounded a lot more anti-Semitic than it actually is, considering he was criticized for being like an anti-Semitic thing. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I might have to talk to my friend Fancier for that, since he's Jewish, so he might be able to say something. But I bet he doesn't give a shit. Usually, he's pretty tough. He's not that kind of guy to be easily offended. So I doubt he will ever, be offended by that shit.
There was mass panic that the 21st of December was going to be Doomsday. Of course, it wasn't. This date in the Mayan calendar marked the conclusion of the current era, or Baktun, a unit of time that occurs every 400 years or so. Instead of a global apocalypse in 2012, the world continued as normal, much like it had when the year 1999 rolled on to the year 2000. Speaking of, this brings us to the calendar we are using today. Our calendar is an adapted version of the one used by the Romans. It was tweaked by Pope Gregory in 1582 to include leap years, hence the name, the Gregorian calendar. This calendar counts the years elapsed since the birth of Jesus. This practice started in the 6th century, where Christian monks concluded that Jesus was probably born 754 years after the founding of Rome. They refer to this date as the first year of our Lord, or 1 Anno Domini, 1 AD. Religious historians are nowadays doubtful that Jesus was actually born in that year. Instead, they suspect he was born in 4 BC to coincide with the reign of King Herod, who features heavily in the Nativity story. Another religious calendar you might not have heard of is Anno Mundi, in the year of our world. This counts back to the creation of Earth in the book of Genesis, which took place on the 6th October 3761 BC. It's a precise date for the beginning of the universe, but I'm not sure scientists would agree with those numbers. To this day, the Gregorian calendar is used pretty much everywhere. The exception is North Korea, whose Juche calendar counts on the birth of its first supreme leader, Kim Il-sung. Like the Gregorian calendar, North Korea's calendar starts with a miraculous birth. The story goes that the day Kim Il-sung was born, a bright star appeared in the sky. It was accompanied by singing, heralding the arrival of the auspicious baby. This date is known as Juche 1, the same day, coincidentally, as the sinking of the Titanic. As the world has become increasingly secular, many feel that using a Christian calendar is no longer appropriate, especially as 2/3 of the world are not even Christian. Some have tried to introduce the Holocene calendar, a universal calendar marking the rise of modern humans. They fix this date to the end of the last ice age, around 10,000 BC, so they simply add 10,000 onto our current year. It's a nice idea, but a bit of a mouthful, and I guess all you're doing is adding 10,000 onto a religious calendar. Whilst our way of counting years is a relic of medieval Christianity, it's a convention we all use and can agree on. It helps our global society stay organised. And isn't that the point of a calendar in the first place? There is so much more to be said about time, from the history of clockmaking, to the astronomers who pioneered Greenwich Mean Time, to later minds like Einstein, who proposed his theory of special relativity, getting us closer to figuring out what time actually is. These developments would not have been possible without the work of ancient astronomers, who harnessed the power of the sun, moon, and stars, and created the first systems of timekeeping. As well as these calendars being achievements in mathematics and astronomy, they are also full of stories and rich in mythology. These myths live on in today's timekeeping. Our years are based on the biblical nativity story. Our months come from imperial Rome, with July and August named after Julius Caesar and Augustus. And our weekdays are named after the Norse gods. Thursday is the day of Thor, Friday is the day of Freya. To this day, the invention of time remains one of humanity's longest lasting achievements. These marvellous creations, rich in mythology, give us a sense of not only when we are, but who we are as well. Hey, thanks for watching. I've always been fascinated with time and the mythology that comes with it. Not only the past, but also the future. You might like an earlier video of mine, Past Predictions of the Future, where I explore what the word futuristic has meant to different generations. If you like this video and want to see more, why not subscribe? A like and a comment also. Paris, 1565. On the bustling streets of the French capital, a strange new book has everybody talking. Whilst it looks unassuming from the outside, on the inside, it's full of bizarre and fantastical creatures. Many of these monsters are comical, striking absurd and amusing poses. Others are a little more disturbing, with unnerving expressions and emotionless, hollow faces. Curiously,
is that the movie
there are
9?
no words to accompany these drawings. It's simply a collection of 120 unique monsters. 500 years later, this obscure book is one of the oddest things I've ever come across. It's difficult.
This is literally a Pokédex.
Especially as almost nothing is known about the book's origin. Although I have my own ideas. Beneath these whimsical sketches lie hidden messages that poke fun at the powers that be. Welcome to Strange Christian Art. This episode, The Demon Doodles of 1565. The actual name of this book is The Drolatic Dreams of Pantagruel. It's not the most catchy of titles, I have to admit, but it's fun to say. Drolatic is another word for amusing or funny, so the book kind of means The Amusing Dreams of Pantagruel. Pantagruel is the name of a giant, and the main character of a popular 16th century book called The Horrible and Terrifying Deeds and Words of the Very Renowned Pantagruel, King of Despodes, son of the great giant Gargantua, or for short, Pantagruel. It's the first book in a series of 5. They tell the story of 2 giants and their comical misadventures. So, going back to our demon doodles, these amusing sketches illustrate Pantagruel's dreams. By the look of things, his dreams were very, very vivid. We have an elephant holding a weather vane, a bagpipe playing itself, a demonic backpack, and of course, a musical turnip. This is what happens when you eat cheese before bed, or so I'm told. Some of these doodles remind me of the paintings of Hieronymus Bosch, one of my favourite artists, who created these disturbing hellscapes full of grotesque monsters. His creations were in turn based on medieval art and the various creatures found in the margins of manuscripts. These illustrated borders are known as drolleries, which is probably why our book has the word drolatic in the title. Whoever our demon doodler was, they were clearly inspired by the fantastical art of the time. As these drawings were based on a comedy book series, I suspect that each one of these sketches contains a hidden joke. As there's no text, each one of these bizarre images is a puzzle that can be solved. So, let's try to figure out the meaning behind some of them. One of the first things I noticed when looking through this book is that many of these creatures have fancy outfits, from the one dressed in a scholar's uniform to lavish suits of armour, and the one who looks a bit like Gandalf. But my eye was drawn to this one in particular, a goblin in a dress. The doodle reminds me of this painting, The Ugly Duchess by Quentin Matsys. Painted around 1513, it's a rather unfortunate portrait of a woman. I mean, I guess the name of the painting explains all. Perhaps reassuringly, this unflattering portrait was not of a real duchess. Instead, it's believed to be a joke painting. It makes fun of people who refuse to dress their age, attempting to look young well into retirement. Maybe our goblin in a dress is making a similar joke, inspired by the painting of the Ugly Duchess. Drawing a grotesque creature in an exquisite outfit is one way to make fun of the nobility. There are plenty of doodles that seem to have a similar punchline. This one features another demon in a dress. Behind her veil, you can see her shrunken eyes and large hook-like nose poking out. Whoever our mysterious demon doodler was, they seemed really interested in fashion and clothing. This has led many to speculate that it was the French illustrator Francois Desprez. He had previously completed a clothing manual cataloguing all the different kinds of unique outfits from around the world. You can see that the layout and style is very similar to the Dramatic Dreams. Perhaps it was the same person. It's difficult to tell. Whoever was behind our drawings, looking at the clothing might help us understand the meaning behind some of them. For example, this one, although the first thing you'll notice is its eerily hollow face with an agonized expression. Aside from that detail, it's dressed in a rather pleasant outfit, kitted with a long flowing shoulder cape, and down by its side there's a wide-brimmed hat with the tassels tied around the body of the creature. This demon is dressed as a member of the clergy, with garments worn by Catholic priests at the time, from the same distinctive shoulder cape to the large hat.
I smell the Spanish Inquisition.
Drawing, you might see the similarity more clearly. In fact, there are two other doodles just like this one, with demons wearing priestly outfits, both with those same wide-looking hats as before. Another one is dressed up like a cardinal, a high-ranking member of the church. You can tell this again by the hat. I like this one. He appears to have forgotten something, although you might overlook the fact that he's wielding a giant knife. For some reason, our illustrator dressed his demons as members of the Catholic Church. This might make sense when you consider the historical context. These pictures were made during a period known as the Reformation, when a growing number of Christians started to protest against the Catholic Church. These Protestants were unhappy with the way things were being run and began to form churches of their own. Such religious disputes escalated into bloody conflicts, especially in France, which had collapsed into civil war 3 years prior. Violent clashes between Catholic and Protestant mobs were known to erupt on the streets of Paris. Gruesome incidents like the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre of 1572 showed just how deadly these religious differences could end up being. This dark backdrop shines some light on our drawings. By the look of things, these images were most likely intended for French Protestants who felt aggrieved by the Catholic Church. By dressing these demons as members of the clergy, it secretly makes fun of them. Now, I love a proverb, and as part of my research, I came across this old French saying, "The outfit doesn't make the monk." It's normally meant to say that looks can be deceiving. Perhaps these doodles are trying to illustrate this idea literally. We've seen so far that this curious book contains hidden jokes at the expense of the nobility and the religious divides of the day. Whilst I've tried to explain the meaning of some of them, I'm at a loss to explain most of the others. Either way, I thought I'd share some of my favourite doodles that this book has to offer. Like a bell stuck on a shrub, a snail human with a human snail, Humpty Dumpty with a halberd, a jester on stilts,
Alright, I'm looking for a certain video right now. Alright. There we go.
Imagine for a moment what the world will look like in 10 years' time. Not much different? What about 50? Or 100 years from now? In this future world, what will our cities look like? How will you travel to work, school or college? And what kind of new technologies will we have at our disposal? What will the planet look like? And will we be any happier than before? Now this particular question is by no means new. Predictions and prophecies of the future are as old as time itself. But what have been some past predictions of the time we're in right now, the early 21st century? An age filtered through the internet, algorithms and data. Let's see if they're onto something. So, let's start by going back 120 years ago. In the 1900s, the invention of the first aeroplane opened massive potential in transportation and sparked the imaginations of the public. In Germany, a chocolate company called Hildebrands
Crap, I'm having trouble with my pad. Give me a moment.
imagining the life in the year 2000. They speculated that the world would go airborne. People will take to the skies in their very own personal airships and gliders. The same series also speculated that housing blocks will travel via giant steam trains, or that entire cities will be encased in glass to protect them from the rain. They even imagined summer vacations spent up at the North Pole. Sadly, maybe that one might come true one day. Take a look at these French prints. They also depict life in the year 2000.
Alright, I think I got a little carried away.
But what have been some past predictions of the time we're in right now, the early 21st?
Alright, give me a moment. I'm gonna start cooking some pizza and then I'll just come back, so real quick. I am back, chat. Let me see if the 4 gigabytes of RAM are going to allow me to do anything. Alright, there we go.
First century, an age filtered through the internet, algorithms and data. Let's see if they're onto something. So, let's start by going back 120 years ago. In the 1900s, the invention of the first aeroplane opened massive potential in transportation and sparked the imaginations of the public. In Germany, a chocolate company called Hildebrands made a series of commemorative postcards imagining the life in the year 2000. They speculated that the world would go airborne. People will take to the skies in their very own personal airships and gliders. The same series also speculated that housing blocks will travel via giant steam trains, or that entire cities will be encased in glass to protect them from the rain. They even imagined summer vacations spent up at the North Pole. Sadly, maybe that one might come true one day. Take a look at these French prints. They also depict life in the year 2000, but this time were made around 1910. Once again, it was the future for the aviators, who will seemingly replace the motor car by the year 2000. This one pictures a man in a glider, grabbing a glass of wine for the road. Or should I say skies? It's a bit like a modern day drive-through. This man is getting a haircut from his mechanical barber. Now, I would use the term robot, but it won't be coined until 1920, 10 years from now. In the classroom, this contraption is fed books, whose words are then played directly into the students' ears. An early audiobook, perhaps? Whilst it seems that fashion will go unchanged, these quaint imaginings from the start of the 20th century show a great sense of optimism for the future. It reminds me of the steampunk genre, a future vision and aesthetic, but stuck in Victorian technologies, like steam power and industrial machinery, as well as goggles and top hats. Now moving towards the 1920s, and we get another vision of the future. Fritz Lang's 1927 masterpiece Metropolis has some great resources for the topic. In this film, cities are now supersized, featuring mega skyscrapers, expansive highways, and beautiful robots, all with a Jazz Age Art Deco aesthetic. It
That
was no
looks like
doubt
cyberpunk.
influenced by contemporary New York, which during the 20s
Oh,
was
shit.
undergoing
Give me
rapid
a moment.
vertical growth.
I think my pizza's ready. Give me a moment. Alright, I'm back.
Just look at how the city changed from the 1910s to the 1930s. It's also in the 1920s where we see the first flying cars. This 1923 drawing by early science fiction writer Hugo Gernsback introduces the first wheeled helicar, a levitating vehicle speculated to enter the market in 1973.
So now, let's take a realistic look at the road ahead and what tomorrow's motorist can expect in the years to come.
Speed, safety, and comfort will be the keynotes of tomorrow's highways. A multicolored highway system may enable the motorist to reach his destination by following the correct color strip. The increased speed of tomorrow's automobile will demand that highway signs be larger and more simple to read, so that the motorist can anticipate his moves well in advance. If visibility is poor, our windshield becomes a radar screen, showing the outline of objects ahead. Or fog may be eliminated by dispelling devices along the right-of-way.
Other predictions of the future include one 1950s article that too imagines what the year 2000 will be like. It predicts that the future will be one of convenience and luxury. This picture phone will allow us to buy products from a screen and have it delivered without leaving the home. Then again, it also predicts that all our food will be made from a sort of flavoured sawdust that can be recycled into clothes. Confusing, I know. Most interesting is the role atomic energy plays in a 1950s future. After the detonations of the atomic bomb in Japan, the world was awakened to the immense potentials of nuclear power. In the same article, it speculates that atomic power will provide 100% of the world's power, and by the year 2000, that street lamps will be replaced by micro-suns, suspended 200 feet in the air and powered by uranium. In reality, nuclear power only really accounts for 10% of global energy, and there are no micro-suns in sight. When we come to the 60s and 70s, the age of the moon landings and later Star Wars, visions of the future changed accordingly. In my mind, this is perfectly laid out in the Hanna-Barbera 1962 animated series The Jetsons, which follows the everyday lives of an ordinary nuclear family in the far, far future of 2062. Despite the wonderful technologies, it all seems somehow very 60s. The hometown of Orbit City is designed in the Googie architectural style, an early futuristic style that was extremely popular at the time. Even their outfits have some sort of retro-futuristic look. By the end of the 60s, once the space race reached a climactic head in the Apollo moon landings, many predicted that mankind will soon reach Mars in the next 50 years. And as the 70s came and went, the dream of space colonization continued. This NASA video imagines that by the year 2000, humans will have begun to colonize space, opening a permanent settlement on Mars. Take a look.
This is Taurus, the concept that has evolved from the work of these teams of scientists and engineers. They believe the huge space colony could be built before the year 2000. From dairy farms to manufacturing, the concept of living and working in space is a possibility with existing technology. That new space home, located 250,000 miles from Earth, would even have a far-out address.
In the 80s and 90s, as personal computing and home technology were just getting underway, our imaginations for the future changed once again. In Back to the Future 2, the 1989 movie about time travel, Doc and Marty visit Earth in 2015. In it were featured hoverboards, thumb payment systems, and an automatic dog walker. Yet a bleaker imagining comes from 1984's The Terminator, predicts a future in which rogue technological giant Skynet takes over the world. It's just one of a slew of predictions about the dangers of oncoming technology. And finally, as the 1990s came along, video games offered more digital technology.
Miles from Earth would even have a far-out address.
In the 80s and 90s, as personal computing and home technology were just getting underway, our imaginations for the future changed once again. In Back to the Future 2, the 1989 movie about time travel, Doc and Marty visit Earth in 2015. In it were featured hoverboards, thumb payment systems, and an automatic dog walker. Yet a bleaker imagining comes from 1984's The Terminator, predicts a future in which rogue technological giant Skynet takes over the world. It's just one of a slew of predictions about the dangers of oncoming technology. And finally, as the 1990s came along, video games offered more digital immersion than ever realised. And the advent of the World Wide Web and its growing popularity offered the possibility of living inside a virtual reality, and hence the rapid growth of VR headsets in this time, including the ill-fated Virtual Boy from Nintendo.
I mean, we're kind of back into that with the Quest 2 now, so it wasn't all in vain in the end, I guess.
Only now, with the Oculus Rift and PlayStation VR headsets,
Speak of the devil.
Live up to those 1990s dreams. Looking back at visions of the future every decade, and we get a very diverse picture. The year 2000 looks very different in the 1910s to the 1950s and the 1970s. And yes, some predictions have come true, like the development of the driverless car, or shopping at simple press of a button. But a lot are far off. Let's go back to that question at the start of the video. What will our future really look like? In his book Homo Deus, author Yuval Noah Harari expects that humanity will begin its quest to immortality, with humans being able to sustain life of over 150 years. Equally, projects may be underway to develop cybernetic enhancements on humans, giving them improved strength and intelligence. These indeed could be reality by the end of the century. It is believed that by 2050, nearly half the Amazon rainforest would have been deforested. Wildfires might have tripled in regions like California and some in Australia, and by 2056, global temperatures may have risen by 3 degrees Celsius. And if that's too depressing for you, don't worry. By the year 2100, space travel could decrease in price, enough for humans to visit and perhaps even colonize the planet Mars. The thing about the future, though, is that no one really knows what's going to happen. All we have to go on is current trends and then make guesses. But as we've seen, each present moment imagines a future with themselves clearly in it, taking advantage of the newest technology of the day to its furthest limits. The 1910s saw a future with a newly invented aeroplane taking centre stage. The 1950s saw a future of atomic power and driverless cars. And the 1960s and 70s saw their future in the stars, perhaps influenced by the ongoing space programs. My best guess is to expect the unexpected. After all, who could imagine the way 2020 has turned out? People in 2120 will likely look back at our future predictions just like the way we look at those made in 1910. Old, antiquated, maybe even a little naive. That's my prediction, at least. Hey, thanks for watching. If you like my content and want to see more, subscribe to Hojalaga. Maybe add a like or a comment. I'll be sure to read them. Do check out Matt Novak's blog, Paleo Future, where he provides countless
We understand that viewers in some parts of the region are receiving a breakthrough in sound. We're sorry about this, and we're doing our best to rectify the fault.
40 years ago, a strange incident took place on an English television station. November 26, 1977 was the same as any other day for the UK's Southern Television Network. At first came the news bulletin. However, the TV picture wobbled slightly, and the sound of the reporter faded behind a mysterious, distorted voice.
This is the voice of Kumar, representative of the Ashtar Galactic Command, speaking to you. For many years you have seen us as lights in the stars. We speak to you now, we serve as we have done to your brothers and sisters all over this, your planet Earth. We come to warn you of the destiny of your race and your world so that you may communicate to your fellow beings across disaster threatens your world and the beings on other worlds around you. This is in order that you may share in the great awakening as the planet passes into a new age of Aquarius.
The engineers try to get back control of the station. You can see this battle on the screen. Behind Vrillon's message, the visuals on the TV continued as normal. Finally, the network regained control, and the voice was gone. The Vrillon message is a long one, undeniably one of peaceful intent, calling for the removal of all weapons of evil and promising that those who learn to live in peace will pass to higher realms of spiritual evolution. Vrillon mentions the New Age and talks about the upcoming Age of Aquarius. This perhaps shows a little too much humanity and reveals some of the ideology of those responsible. If you're familiar with hippie culture or astrology, this might sound familiar. In the late 60s, a bunch of spiritual systems popped up predicting the new age of humanity, an age of enlightenment, peace, love and understanding. This will happen when we enter the Age of Aquarius. To some astrologers, Earth time is measured along the zodiac. There are 12 astrological ages corresponding to the 12 zodiac signs in Western astrology. Each time a new astrological age comes around, a great new development in society, culture and politics will take place. There are some complex and pretty dubious maths here, so I won't get into it, but each astrological age is about 2,160 years. The thing is, no one can quite agree on when this astrological movement will happen. According to Vrillon, 1977 was on the cusp of the upcoming Age of Aquarius. Hippies and New Age was big in the late 60s and died out pretty soon after. Whoever was behind it, even if it was aliens, they were 10 years late to the party. But why aliens? What do they have to do with the New Age movement and hippies? Who's Vrillon? And what's the Ashtar Galactic Command? You may have heard of the Roswell incident. In mid-1947, a United States Air Force's balloon crashed at a ranch near Roswell, New Mexico. Eyewitnesses claimed to have seen a flying saucer, a UFO, that the US government were hiding from the public. UFOs and aliens became the next big thing. Some even believed to be abducted by aliens. Some even claimed to communicate with them. Enter George Van Tassel. In 1952, he claimed to receive messages via telepathic communication from an extraterrestrial and interdimensional being called Ashtar.
And how did you go into this ship?
I walked with him to a spot underneath it, and an anti-gravity beam took me up through a hole in the bottom of it.
You're telling me at 2 o'clock in the morning in Giant Rock Airport, you walked underneath this hovering ship, and whammo, you went up
No,
inside.
you didn't go whammo. You went just about as slow as a local elevator run.
And when you got off the anti-gravity elevator, what did it look like?
I was inside of a ship about 18 feet in diameter and roughly 10 feet high to the domed ceiling, and there were 3 men on the ship, besides the one that had got off and invited me aboard.
You keep calling them man. What do you mean man?
Well,
Little green man?
They were about 5'6". They came about to my eyebrows, and they could have walked in our clothes down any of our streets, and we wouldn't have paid any attention to them.
What color were these people?
They looked like they were white people with a good, healthy tan.
Did they give you any indication of how old they were, or what they ate, or where they came from at all?
After we got off the ship, the man who invited me aboard, who didn't look a day over 28 years of age, told me that he was over 700 years of age in our time.
Oh, come off it, George.
That's right.
He gained some followers and they set up the first UFO religion, the Ministry of Universal Wisdom. There are so many UFO religions, and it's a crazy rabbit hole to go down. You might know Scientology, or Raelianism, or Heaven's Gate. But Van Tassel's Ministry of Universal Wisdom was the first alien cult. It was claimed on July 18th, 1952 that Ashtar entered the solar system as Commander-in-Chief of the Ashtar Galactic Command to warn humanity of the dangers of detonating the hydrogen bomb.
But why should these people come down, from outer space? Why don't they land in the White House or in Kremlin Square in Moscow and say, hey, listen to us, we can tell you a few things. We're 700 years old. We can travel through space. We're not concerned with time differential?
Well, probably they're not concerned with giving us too much of their information because we'd only use it in our battle to destroy each other here.
Did these 4 men tell you that themselves?
No, they didn't tell me that, but this is a reasonable assumption on our part that the world's divided in 2 camps, each capable of eliminating the whole civilization. And if we were to go to another planet and observe this condition, we would certainly be a little cautious about who we talk to or what we reveal.
So going back to Vrillon's message, it all seems very familiar. Vrillon, a representative of the Ashtar Command, is kindly warning us to destroy our harmful weapons and we can ascend to spiritual enlightenment. Vrillon's message seems to be a fusion of UFO spirituality and New Age hippie beliefs. This is by no means a new thing. Both ideas are related to cosmology and space, with universal truths presumably applicable to aliens. To my mind, the whole thing probably isn't aliens. It's most likely a hoax. Mostly because this alien voice spoke with an English accent, and the fact that the aliens only managed to hijack a local TV station in rural South England make it more likely the source was a human. Possibly a broadcast student, or maybe an outdated spiritualist pulling a hoax. Unlike so many of the broadcast interruptions which came after, mostly in the USA, there's nothing prankish or funny about the Vrillon interruption. There's no punchline or swearing or obscenity or explicit protest. No one ever came forward and claimed responsibility for this episode. Whatever it was, the Southern interruption goes unexplained.
me see if I could shade this. I think I know what's causing this. Great, I forgot to turn on the audio. I'm sorry for that, chat. I didn't mean to. At least that's going to help me avoid some copyright strikes. Still, I'm sorry. Anyway, I may as well just listen to some music on my own now that it's off. I'll put on some other music here.
The Quintaglio Ascension trilogy is a series of books that revolve around a sentient race of tyrannosaurs that explore and uncover the many secrets of their world. What they end up discovering makes them question everything they thought they already knew about their planet, their universe, and their very existence. Written by Canadian science fiction author Robert J. Stoker, the series includes the book Farseer, written in 1992, Fossil Hunter, written in 1993, and Foreigner, written in 1994. And today, I want to go through and analyze these series. Before we get started, I do want to mention that this wasn't something that I stumbled upon on my own. It was actually suggested to me by someone who had commented about it in one of the posts I made on my community tab that I ended up deleting. And I didn't get the name of the person before I deleted that post. I am sorry about that, but I do want to thank that person for suggesting this to me, because this ended up being a much better read than I initially anticipated. And because of that, I not only want to share it with you, but also recommend it. I do want to give a fair warning now that I'm going to spoil a lot of this book. Obviously, I can't cover every single detail of the story. So if you haven't read it yet and you're interested in it, I suggest that you just leave now to read it and then come back to the video later. You can find the digital version of the trilogy on Amazon Kindle and the audiobooks of them on Audible, which is how I ended up reading these books. There are other places to get hard copy versions of it as well, and I'll make sure to link all of that in the description down below for you guys. Seriously, this book is best if you just experience it for yourself. You've been warned. As mentioned earlier, the Quintaglio Ascension trilogy was written by Robert J. Sawyer, a Canadian author known for his work in science fiction and history fiction. Even secretly, he developed a strong fascination with books, both fictional and non-fictional, giving him a sense of appreciation for the issues that science and This would also lead him to develop a great interest in dinosaurs, which made him realize that, unlike other monsters from myths and legends, dinosaurs were real at one point. Not only were they the closest examples to real-life monsters, but there was also so little known about them, which shows a lot of potential to the imagination. This strong interest in dinosaurs would stick with him until he reached adulthood. There was even a point where Sawyer thought he'd be a paleontologist, but opted to be a writer instead after finding out his future in paleontology may not provide him the stability he wanted in his life. He would begin his career as a freelance writer, dabbling in journalism and even writing some short stories throughout the 80s. It wasn't until 1989 when he decided that he had enough to take a year off to write his first novel. This novel would be known as Golden Fleece, and it wouldn't do that well in terms of sales despite generating positive reviews. It wouldn't be until he wrote his second novel, Farseer, where things would change for Sawyer. Not only would it perform well, but it also sold well, and from here Sawyer would become a prolific writer, and would eventually write a total of 25 novels, which have garnered him praise and awards. His books are known to often dive into relationships of science and religion, exploring their connections together in some areas and pitting them against each other in other areas. As far as the Quintaglio Ascension trilogy itself, it wasn't actually meant to be a trilogy for Sawyer. Apparently, he had every intention of just writing one book, that book being Forestry, and leaving it there as a standalone novel, since he actually didn't like making the series at all. After his agent read the book, he pressured Sawyer to turn it into a series, as something like this deserved much more than just a single book. Sawyer was reluctant to do it at first, but decided to do so, also including that he would make no more than 3 books, and would see to it that the series would get a conclusive ending to it by the 3rd one. He also wanted each book to be their own, having no cliffhangers leading to the next one in the series. Despite seeming hesitant about it in the beginning, even his insight into Black and White insisted on making this into a series. But despite Farseer being the first book of the Quintaglio Ascension trilogy, this didn't actually mark the first time a Quintaglio had appeared in Sawyer's work. Quintaglios are what the sentient tyrannosaurs refer to themselves as, and their first appearance was actually in a 1987 short story that Sawyer also wrote called Uphill Climb. While there isn't a lot of information about the short itself around the web, it was compiled into an anthology book that contains several of Sawyer's other short stories, which is called Iterations. That's actually how I ended up being able to read this short story. But even for a short story, it was a lot shorter than I thought, only being a few pages long. But it centers around a pair of Quintaglios living in the far future where they've invented robots that run on treads. These robots take on different tasks like retrieving objects, running errands, and even looking after infants. Basically, the conflict is that one Quintaglio wants to improve the robot's design to give it better locomotion, especially for climbing over obstacles like stairs rather than having it have to rely on ramps, hence the name of the short Uphill Climb, while the other Quintaglio is thinking more about making money by selling the robots as they are, rather than spending more money to improve them. Again, not much to this story, but it does showcase the advancements the Quintaglios have made in technology, and the short as a whole serves as a precursor to this eventual trilogy. And that's pretty much it in regards to what this book series is and how it came to be. However, there is still one more thing I want to cover before we get into the actual books, and that's the overall lore behind the Quintaglios. Now I say one more thing as if we're going to briefly touch on it, but in all actuality, there's a lot about the Quintaglios that we need to cover. Because in just these 3 books, Sawyer establishes so much about these creatures and their culture, lifestyle, history, beliefs, and their overall world. So I'm going to run through all of the more important aspects and information about the Quintaglio race, that way you aren't confused as I'm explaining certain parts of the story where these pieces of information are needed. There's a lot of information that will surely spoil more about the book, so once again, if you haven't read the book and you're interested in it, now's the time to leave. Otherwise, let's get into it. The Quintaglios, as described earlier, are an intelligent race of dinosaurs that were specifically descended from Nanotyrannus. Despite their sentience, they still hold a lot of physical and behavioral similarities to their ancestors. At least the early 90s depiction of their ancestors, which a lot of tyrannosaurs were still given more of a reptilian look during this period in pop culture. So basing the Quintaglios off of that gave us a descendant to a similar type creature. But just like their ancestors, they still eat meat and hunt their own food, they have a mouthful of teeth, they have forward-facing eyes, they have a strong and robust body and tail, they still stand bipedally on feet that have 3 toes and claws, and they have a unicorn. At least the males do, since Quintaglios also possess some level of sexual dimorphism. But again, as far as the version, Tyrannosaurs back at 65 million years to evolve the way they are. As a result of this, they do have some obvious differences between themselves and their ancestors. Of course, the biggest difference is their intelligence. Unlike their ancestors, Quintaglios are able to speak, write, use tools, they have a concept of religion and civility, they are able to build structures and establish societies, they can domesticate animals and sail ships, and so on and so forth. Despite their intelligence and civility though, they do have a savage side to them. Quintaglios have their own individual territories that others cannot step within, because if they do, it sends the one whose space has been violated into Dagomans, which is a are unable to physically touch each other or really be near each other because of their limitations of territoriality. The socially acceptable distance they should be from each other ranges from 7 to 10 paces, which means they've been practicing social distancing well before our time. Sometimes there are ways that they can suppress this feeling quicker or suppress it before it even starts by taking their aggression out on prey. The only times quintaglios are able to touch each other without triggering Dagomant is during mating season when females are receptive to males. There are also times when you can be within a quintaglio's territory only if they give you permission to do so, or if you give them warning that you are close. However, there are points where being too close for even too long can set off Dagomants, and when it does, it can also cause others to go into Dagomant, which can lead to an absolute bloodbath if there is a crowd. Then, of course, we have the more physical differences. One of the more noticeable physical differences is their overall body size. Nanotyrannuses are said to reach heights of 6.5 feet, but the oldest quintaglios can get up to a total of 8 feet in height. Along with that, instead of having short arms with 2 fingers, they instead have extended arms with 5 fingers. They also retain their claws, however, they also develop the ability to retract them when they aren't needed. In regards to their posture, they stand semi-upright, horizontal enough to still rely on their claws for balance, but vertical enough for there to be a noticeable difference. The only times their back is fully horizontal is when they're in a running position. Then, of course, there are all of the very unique reptile-like features that they managed to develop during their evolutionary history. Quintaglios have the ability to regenerate their limbs, tails, and even flesh around their bodies, save for things like organs. They also have vibrant green skin with only one area, that being the snout, being able to change to another color, that color being blue. This is referred to as the liar's tint, which is very literal in its meaning because if a quintaglio tells a lie, their muzzle will turn green color. As far as their texture goes, they have more of a leathery hide rather than a scaly one since they lost most of their scales over millions of years of evolution. And finally, we have some of their external qualities. As far as clothing or accessories, quintaglios don't actually wear that much. Most, if not all of the time, they will be wearing very simple things like sashes and jewelry and belts. The only fully clothed quintaglios are the priests who wear robes of varying colors depending on their rank and weakness. And speaking of priests, there's also the religion that the quintaglios heavily follow, especially in the first book. As mentioned earlier, Sawyer does tend to incorporate the themes of religion and science within his books, and this trilogy are some of those very books. According to the book, a lot of the quintaglios believe that they were created by their quintaglio goddess that they simply refer to as God throughout the entire series. This goddess began the creation of life through a process called the 8 eggs of creation. Through each of these eggs which she laid came the existence of various aspects of the world the quintaglios live on. The first egg contained all of the planet's water. The second egg contained the land. Third had all of the air. Fourth had the sun. Fifth had pretty much all of space. Sixth had all of the vegetation. Seventh contained all of the herbivorous animals. And the eighth one contained all of the carnivorous animals. But even after all of this, she still wasn't satisfied. God wanted something else that could think more intricately, something that would pray to her. Eventually, she would create the first 5 quintaglios from her own flesh and blood, and she did so by biting and severing her left arm so that it could fall onto the world, specifically on a continent that would simply be called land. And when it did, each finger detached from the hand of her severed arm and formed into what will become known to the quintaglio race as the 5 original hunters. These 5 hunters were named Lubal, Mekt, Khatun, Hoog, and Belbar. However, despite being alive, the hunters were not satisfied and prayed to God to let them create on their own as well, which greatly angered her. But she would eventually come around to the idea of giving them the ability to create life on their own, but only jointly with other quintaglios. So she severed her right arm to fall onto land so that 5 more quintaglios were created from the detached fingers of her right hand. This time they were males and not hunters. Their names were Varkev, Dargo, Katud, Jozark, and Datun. These 5 males and 5 females would eventually mate with each other, each pair producing a clutch of 8 eggs, much to God's dismay. She didn't want land to be overrun by quintaglios, so to remedy this, she had Mekt devour 7 of the 8 overall babies in each clutch, so that 5 total would be allowed to live. The devouring of the 7 out of 8 baby quintaglios would soon be known assigned to essentially control the population of the Quintaglios, this would make her the first blood priest. And the position of the blood priest is a very present thing in the Quintaglios' modern world. But it has more so to do with the necessity of keeping up with population control rather than it being a traditional thing that was commanded by God. We'll get more into the importance of this later, but as for the rest of the story of the 5 original hunters, they would eventually start declaring pieces of land as their own as to establish territories to separate one another, another thing that made God very angry. While the original 5 hunters are seen as important figures in the Sacred Scrolls, which is like the Bible for the Quintaglios, the 2 most important ones to know for the story are Mecht and Lubal. During a hunt that was being led by Lubal, she ended up getting impaled by a wild ceratopsian dinosaur. And as she was dying, her last words were the mentions of a great hunter that she simply called the One, who would be a male and would lead the Quintaglios on the greatest hunt of all time, and that the rest of the population should heed his warnings, whatever they may be. She would die shortly after this message, and the Quintaglios who heard about this story would see Lubal as a prophet who was trying to warn them about something that would take place in the far future. The book implies that the original 5 hunters as a whole were at one point worshipped, but this would eventually change due to a certain event that took place about 150 years before the overall story of the first book. This event was when a Quintaglio prophet called Larsk went on a voyage and stumbled upon a very important discovery. A strange orb-like entity in the sky that he interpreted as the face of God, or at least what he believed to be the face of God. A discovery like this would give Larsk some level of divine authority, and that would eventually manifest into full-on divine powers to his lineage. His descendants would be known as the royal family, who would go on to rule all of land. And as a way to celebrate Larsk's discovery, a tradition was created so that when Quintaglios reach a certain age, they descend on the same voyage that Larsk went on and see the face of God for themselves. And this journey serves as a rite of passage for young Quintaglios. Oh yeah, another part of this story is that the Quintaglios apparently believe their world is essentially a massive body of land that's floating down an even more massive river that orbits around the face of God. However, there's a cult known as the Lubalites that actually don't believe the orb in the sky is actually God, since the original story suggests that God was actually a female Quintaglio, and because of this, they instead worship the original 5 hunters and their story based around the creation of life. At least that's my understanding of the lore. I won't lie, it did get a little confusing for me to follow, but I think for the most part, this is how things went. So there was a point when Quintaglios were freely able to worship the original 5 hunters, but after they refused to believe the face of God was actually God, Larsk forbade the worship of the original 5 to the point where Quintaglios could actually face punishment if they did. Eventually though, through the events of the first book, things would change for that once again, but we'll get to that later. Anyways, that's pretty much the gist of their religion. Next, there's also certain aspects about the continent the Quintaglios live on that should be known as well. As mentioned earlier, this continent that they inhabit is literally just called land. Land is split into different provinces called Archtular, Chutular, Edstular, Fratular, Jamtular, Kebtular, Martular, and the capital city. Whether these provinces somehow originated from the original 5 hunters' established territories, I don't really know. But these are the provinces and territories that are used in the main story of the books. Anyways, within each province there are different Quintaglio groups and tribes kind of doing their own things, but are still ruled over by the emperor or the empress of the royal family. The book mainly takes place in the capital though, where the royal family themselves live, and is where the bases of operations take place for the entirety of land. And the way everything is structured within their society, it's supposed to mimic a pre-industrialized age, one that's more akin to the Renaissance or the Age of Enlightenment time periods. The Quintaglios are advanced, but they haven't really mastered certain technological feats yet. There's no electricity or technology or any of that kind of stuff, but you'll be able to pick up on the things that they have managed to build and accomplish as we go through the story. Land often falls victim to landquakes, especially the capital since it's positioned close to the Chamar volcanoes. Because of the landquakes that have only gotten more frequent as the years go by, they often have to rebuild a lot of their buildings and structures, which are primarily made out of stone. And it's kind of strange how they're able to build these structures, yet they're also described to be a nomadic group that follows where the food source is. But that's not something that's touched upon a lot in this series. And speaking of the Quintaglios, they are not the only dinosaurs to inhabit this continent, or even their entire planet for that matter. While the Quintaglios are the only intelligent dinosaurs in the world, aside from the others who we will meet in the third book, there are wild dinosaurs roaming around as well. But the Quintaglios obviously don't refer to these dinosaurs by their actual names, but rather have their own names for them. Shovelmouths are hadrosaurs, thunderbeasts are sauropods, hornfaces is the general term for ceratopsids, spike frills are specifically referring to styracosaurs, armorbacks are ankylosaurs, running beasts are ornithomimids, terror claws are dromaeosaurs, wing fingers are pterosaurs, black deaths are specifically referring to tyrannosauruses, water serpents are plesiosaurs, and fish lizards are ichthyosaurs. And there are other forms of wildlife, but I'll talk about those when we get through the book. And finally, there's also the average life of a Quintaglio that you should know about. As we already established, female Quintaglios lay a clutch of 8 eggs, but through the process of the culling, only 1 out of the 8 are allowed to live. When they do, they are pretty much raised by the tribe in general rather than them having specific parents. Think of it as a mandatory orphanage, where the mothers essentially give up their children to the creche, or in other terms, the nursery. And because of how their culture is, the Quintaglio parents don't have the same kind of attachment to their kids as humans would to their own. To them, this is just the way of life, and they have no real qualms with it. So their children grow up with the tribe, and the rest function similarly to our own lifestyle. The kids go through schooling and eventually choose the thing that interests them the most to focus on. Along with this, as they reach their young adult years, they also need to perform a couple of traditional customs that serve as a rite of passage for them, which also earns them a spot in heaven according to the sacred scrolls, which are basically the Quintaglio's version of the Bible. And while we're on the topic...
thank you, whoever is my Twitch watcher. I really appreciate it for you being here, so thank you. Please don't feel lonely.
Of the aging of Quintaglios, time is measured differently in their society. The vocabulary they have for specific time frames are decadays, which is 10 days, kilodays, which is 1,000 days, and a whole year for them is 18,000 days instead of the 365 that we're used to. So when they refer to themselves as a certain age, like say one of the Quintaglios say they are 16 kilodays old, they aren't necessarily saying they are 16 years old, they are saying that they are 16,000 days old. Anyways, when they get older, they find work through different means to contribute to the Quintaglio society. As far as mating seasons go, females only go into an estrus cycle once every 1 year. And keep in mind, 1 year in their world is 18,000 days. So in her entire lifetime, a female Quintaglio will only mate at most about 4 times. However, it can differ depending on the situation. Sometimes females mate earlier than the cycle and again during the cycle. And the females typically seek out their mates by instinct and will mate with different males as there are no established relationships. But that doesn't exclude the chances of a pair bond relationship between some Quintaglios. And from there, the process starts all over, with the female laying her clutch of 8 eggs sometime after the cycle, and handing the responsibilities of those eggs to the creche nest. Alright, I know that was a lot of information, but for now, that's pretty much the majority there is on the Quintaglios. Save for some of the minor things that I didn't mention, important. Regardless, we pretty much have all of the information needed for the story, so without even waiting for too much longer, let's get into In this first book, we're focused on an aspiring astrologer, Absent, a curious, naive male Quintaglio who serves as the Saurian version of Galileo. The Quintaglio Ascension trilogy is a very allegorical series that mirrors specific important figures and discoveries made in our own world, and the events throughout the trilogy represent the very age of enlightenment that we humans went through. So in Farseer, we follow Absan on his journey around the world he lives in, where he discovers many mysteries. Absan was originally from the Archtillian province, more specifically in his hometown called Pakar. Due to Absan's intelligence and passion for astrology, he then human origin and transportation to the city, status where he sees him arguing with Valkanir, a tailless mariner who was there to try to talk Salid into using a new invention for his studies in astrology. This new invention is a tool made of brass metal and glass lenses and is used as a way to see objects with a closer, more detailed perspective. In our world, we call this a telescope, but in their world, it's referred to as a arsenal. He refuses and Claire sees it somewhere else. But before he does, he mentions that he's going to sail on a ship, which is called Dash. Until then, if Salid changes his mind about the invention, he's able to find it. Unlike Salid, this new invention intrigues Afsan, and he even brings up the idea of using it to see the face of God, which angers and offends Salid as he considers this to be blasphemy against their God. So he sends Afsan away to pray for forgiveness. When Afsan arrives to the house of worship, he runs into the high priest and master of the faith, Det-Yanal, who asks if Afsan plans to go on a pilgrimage to see the face of God that all the Quintaglios are required to do once in their life as a part of the Quintaglio tradition. Knowing that the Bachelor is leaving on his birthday, Afsan takes this as an opportunity to complete this request, but Yanal also tells Afsan that he should consider the first hunt is another tradition that after, showing that they survived and completed the experience. It's highly recommended that Quintaglios complete their first hunt and earn their tattoo because it essentially secures them a spot in heaven. And because not everyone survives the pilgrimage, it would be a shame if Afsan was one of the Quintaglios that died during the voyage without a hunting tattoo. So Afsan decides to do exactly that, but to avoid being waitlisted, he tries to find his old friend Prince Daibo, who's the son of the Empress who rules all of land. Surely with Daibo's royal status and his own association with him, they'll be able to complete these requirements in no time. However, there was a matter of convincing Daibo. Despite being the prince, he's still required to undergo these traditions, which he hasn't done yet. Also, Daibo is on the heavier side since he lives a life of luxury being the son of the Empress and all. So he's not the most physically fit for these things. Like, Afsan tries to look for him to propose the idea to him and literally finds him in the cafeteria eating a bunch of food being served to him by the butcher Palkadul, another character who will be more prominent as the story continues. Anyways, after some convincing from both Afsan and even Kadul, Daibo eventually agrees to join him in the hunt and board him. The following day, Afsan is summoned by the Empress herself, whose name is Len, who immediately suspects Afsan of using Daibo for his status for his own reasons. Despite this, she allows Daibo to go with Afsan on the hunt and the voyage, but makes it very clear that Afsan is responsible for Daibo's safe return, and if he doesn't, he will face serious punishment. With this, Afsan and Daibo, along with a few other Quintaglios, go on their first hunt somewhere outside of the capital, which is led by an older female Quintaglio named Jaltedex. It doesn't seem like there's a specific type of dinosaur the Quintaglios go after during this hunt. It seems more based around whatever is in the area. And of course, the first hunt that Afsan and Daibo go on is not something simple like a shovel hunt. No, their first hunt is a thunder beast. And not just any thunder beast, but according to the book, the biggest thunder beast the Quintaglios have ever seen. And these amateur hunters are expected to take it down. What starts off as a coordinated hunt turns into a messy effort in trying to take down this massive sword. They try to jump on it and rip through its thick skin to expose flesh, and they try to take it out by its legs. But instead, they're greeted with being literally surrounded by enemies around them for nothing. But then, Afsan comes to his senses, jumps on the thunder beast, and begins to cut off its legs until he gets close to the end, where he then proceeds to bite and rip through the tender parts of the dinosaur's throat, which is enough to take it down. As the large animal topples to the ground, Afsan jumps away at the last minute to avoid being crushed by the thunder beast, but also has a very rough landing that knocks him out. When he awakes, he sees the doctor and finds out that he's being praised for taking down the large thunder beast. No one had ever heard of a Quintaglio being able to take down an animal as big as a thunder beast on their first hunt, let alone the way Afsan did it. Because of this, the thunder beast have garnered the respect of pretty much everyone. After giving himself a little bit of time to heal, he and Daibo eventually go to set sail first big discoveries. Because he's able to look at the planets in such great detail with the Farseer, he comes to the realization that they look very similar to the face of God. With this, he concludes that the face of God, an orb in the sky that all Quintaglios had been taught to worship, is nothing more than a planet. He also comes to another realization. Not only was he able to observe the planets, but he was also able to observe their moons as well, which for all of these planets featured within the book, each one of them have several moons that orbit at different ranges and speeds. After making these observations, Absan is convinced that the object they are living on is one of the moons that orbit the planet that was initially thought to be the face of God. And this changes the initial belief that the world is just a piece of land on a giant river. Because if their world is a moon, then that means it's round, and if they left from the east end of their home continent, then all they would have to do is keep sailing straight towards east, and they will eventually reach the west end of their home continent. Absan wants to put this to the test, and attempts to convince Kinir to keep the ship going towards the east, so that they can be sure. At this point of the story, they well reached the face of God, and have started their process of praying and worshipping under it. The plan from here is to turn the ship around and head towards the west back home instead of going towards the east, since no one's ever traveled through the waters that lie beyond the face of God. And it's because of this Kinir refuses to honor Absan's wishes, since sailing in uncharted waters could be dangerous. And guess what happens next? One of the crew members spots a giant water serpent that's known to Kinir as Kaltagut. Kinir has a bit of a personal vendetta against this creature, since it's the reason why Kinir doesn't have a tail, even though it'll just grow back anyways. Kal, the water serpent, is heading towards the east, well past the face of God. And because Kinir holds so much anger towards this creature, he decides to derail the entire pilgrimage and set his direct focus on the water serpent. Despite making it very clear that the uncharted waters beyond the face of God are dangerous, he decides to make this trip anyways. For weeks, they chase Kal towards the east, and finally the serpent decides to attack the Dashater, coming close enough to snap up several crew members in its jaws. Kinir and several other of his crewmates take this opportunity to jump on and attack the serpent, but Kal soon retreats back into the water, taking Kinir and Edith down with him. Kal does eventually surface again, where Absan takes charge and uses the rope from the anchor to swing around Kal's neck, and has the anchor drop into the sea, which strangles and kills the serpent. Luckily, Kinir and the rest of the Quintaglios manage to save him back on his boat. Now since Kinir is Absan's death, saving him honors his wishes to continue traveling. During the rest of the voyage, Absan takes his time to fill Daibo in on everything that he's found out, much to Daibo's amazement. As this is happening, one of the crew members succumbs to Dagamant and attacks Daibo, but Absan interferes to ensure Daibo doesn't get hurt. In the process, this ends up triggering Dagamant him as well, and this causes Absan to kill the crew member and almost go after Daibo as well, but he managed to snap out of it before that could happen. So one of the things that I didn't mention in the beginning is how Dagamant is looked at in Quintaglio culture. Quintaglios seem fully aware that anyone that succumbs to Dagamant isn't really themselves, and it's just part of their nature. So when a kill to a Quintaglio is made by another one who's in the middle of this violent trance, they aren't seen as murderers and vice versa. When a Quintaglio is affected by Dagamant and attacks another one, the one that's being attacked has every right to defend themselves. And you might be thinking, if the Quintaglios know about their Dagamant situation, why would they take the unnecessary risk of traveling with several more of them on a boat? Well, all structures are built to accommodate for this, with ships being built big enough to hold enough rooms for each individual to get their own, and enough space on deck for them to be able to spread out. Other structures and areas have wide hallways and streets that are built to avoid causing large crowds. But sometimes there will be one-off situations, such as this one that happens to Quintaglios that may have been on the ship for too long. In this case with Absan and the other crewmates, it's clear that Absan had no choice. After several days go by, the Dashater successfully completes its global course, as the site of the western parts of land can be seen, meaning Absan was correct in his assumption of the world being round. Once the Dashater reaches close enough to land, they decide to stop for a few days so that everyone on board can run around, hunt prey, and do their own work. During all of this, to meet Wab Novato, who not only invented the Farseer, but also used it to study the stars and the planets as well. She's also an academic who's only a couple of Keyladays older than Afsan. Afsan tells her about all of the discoveries he made during his voyage, and she tells him some of the few things she learned about some of these planets. More specifically, the rings that are formed around some of them, which she managed to look at through the Farseer. These rings are visible, yet they're transparent at the same time. The only explanation they could come up with was that the rings had to have been made up of space debris that orbits around the planets. But where did this debris come from? It's at that point the two make a disturbing discovery. The debris that make up the rings that surround those certain planets were once moons. As a moon orbits around these kinds of planets, they slowly but surely get closer and closer to it, which causes it to crumble and break apart, and it continues orbiting around said planet in pieces, forming the rings. This leads them to realize that their moon is the closest moon to the planet that's believed to be the face of God, and that it was only a matter of time before their own home would break apart and become a ring for it. Of course, this wouldn't happen for many generations, but the idea that the Quintaglio race would eventually come to a sudden end is one that doesn't sit right with either of these two. But because this exchange in knowledge ends up being more of an intimate moment between Afsan and Novato, the two end up doing the sex lakes. Okay, I had to make the joke at least once. It was too funny not to, alright? We're done here. But seriously, they do end up having intercourse. Trust me, this ends up being very important to the plot for the rest of the series. Damn, Afsan, are you a Triceratops? Because you sure are horny. The next day, Afsan prepares to leave to continue his journey to the capital. But before he goes, Novato gives him one of her Farseers. With this, he continues on towards the capital, but before he gets there, he ends up making one more stop to visit his hometown, Pac-Carno, where he makes another disturbing discovery. He decides to visit the public nursery, or the creche that Pac-Carno has, and witnesses one of the Collings for the first time. He sees the blood priest eating the babies alive, and when he tries to intervene, he's pulled away by one of the creche mothers, who tell him that the reality of the situation is that not all of these babies can be alive. If they were, the Quintaglio population would be out of control, and there's only so much space and resources to work with. So their only choice is to select the fastest and strongest of each clutch, so that at least they can get rid of the ones that won't keep the Quintaglio race formidable. Upon learning this makes Afsan wonder about Daiba, the physically unfit Quintaglio who's also not the smartest one either. Afsan wonders if Daiba was really the best one out of his clutch to live, and then wonders if his pack had to go through the Coaling at all. Seeing how Daibo's mother, Empress Len Lens, had empirical power, maybe she was spared from having her children go through the process of the Coaling. Eventually, Afsan continues on his way back to the capital and does so by joining a hunting pack of Quintaglios from Pac-Carno, who goes towards that direction on running beasts. Here, Afsan joins them on a brief hunt where he makes yet another notable kill, this time being a Fang Jaw, which is a completely fictional quadrupedal theropod dinosaur with two large teeth protruding from its top jaw. And because it's not the easiest thing to kill, the hunting group commend Afsan for making such a kill despite being an amateur. As Afsan continues his journey, one of the things he's worried about when he returns home is confronting Salid about his discoveries. Salid, as well as pretty much everyone else in their world, seem pretty set in their belief about the universe. So the idea of introducing new information that contradicts all of that didn't sit right with Afsan. But with their world at stake, he knew that it had to be done. He finally returns to the capital, only to find out that Salid is very sick. Afsan goes to visit him, where he learns that Salid is dying, but decides to tell him about his discoveries anyways. To Afsan's surprise, Salid tells him that he already knew about the truth of their world. All this time, Salid had known that the face of God wasn't actually the face of God and was actually a planet, among other things that Afsan thought he had been the first to discover, even using the Farseer to help him with it, despite what he said about it in the beginning of the book. As it turns out, Salid had kept the truth a secret because by the time he had found out about everything, he was simply too old to start the unavoidable fight that would come from trying to introduce all of this information to the Quintaglio race that would challenge their religion. He knew that someone younger and more formidable had to take the reins for a task like this. The task to convince the Quintaglio race to listen to the truth about their world and religion. The only matter for Salid was trying to find someone who was properly qualified for the task. Specifically, someone he was sure could figure it out all on their own, as if they were the ones to initially make the discovery.
Sorry, I was just thinking about something. Welcome, chat. I see there's another viewer now from YouTube. So yeah, welcome. I'm just watching a video about dinosaur planets, so strap in.
Throughout the story, we hear people talk about how Salid had gone through several apprentices before Afsan, because he was not satisfied with their performances. As it turns out, he didn't think they were up to par with the kind of intelligence and critical thinking he wanted so that they would be able to make the discoveries on their own. Not until he met Afsan, of course. That whole argument with Kinir in the beginning was staged, because he knew curiosity would get the better of Afsan, and he would use the Farseer to help him make these discoveries. The last thing Salid tells Afsan before he dies is that he needs to get the Quintaglios off of this world. Afsan makes his way to the palace where Daibo and the council are. As Afsan tries to tell Daibo everything else he's learned, word about his discoveries had already made its round around the capital, making everyone, including the council, very angry at Afsan for speaking blasphemy against their religion. This causes Yonalb, the high priest from the beginning of the book, to accuse Afsan of being a demon, before Daibo puts an end to it and has Afsan temporarily imprisoned in the palace basement. So another thing about the Quintaglio race is that crime is apparently so uncommon that they don't seem to have any kind of punishment at the ready for situations like this. So until they decide what they're going to do for Afsan, he'll simply be locked up for now. During this period, Kadul, the butcher from the beginning of the book, stops by with food. He uses this as an excuse to talk to Afsan about why people like Daibo would be against his newfound ideas. Because Daibo is the descendant to Larsk, the prophet who discovered the face of God, that gives Daibo the divine rights to rule with empirical power. And to discredit Larsk's discovery with Afsan's new ideas and information would also be discrediting Daibo's rights to rule. Afsan also tells Kadul that their planet is coming to an end and that they should try and find a way off of the planet for the future of the Quintaglio race. Kadul takes this information to Jal Tedex, the Quintaglio that led Afsan's first hunt. It's here we find out that she and Kadul are a part of the Lubalites cult, and they believe that Afsan is the one, the great male hunter from Lubal's final message before her death. It's also revealed that Kinir is a Lubalite as well, and he went off by ship to go rally all of the several other Lubalites so that they can go and help Afsan. But they would be too late to help Afsan escape his fate. Yonalb attempts to get Afsan to sign a document that basically states that he's signing to be exiled from any areas of civilization and has to live on his own in the wild with all of his blasphemous ideas. Yonalb tries to intimidate him, but ultimately Afsan refuses his offer, which greatly angers Yonalb. This would lead to a much more drastic punishment. While Daibo refuses to have Afsan killed, he does allow the removal of his eyes. Afsan is taken to the central area of the capital, where Yanalb takes an obsidian dagger and gouges out both of Afsan's eyes, leaving him permanently blind so that he can never claim to see anything that goes against their religion again. After this ordeal, Afsan is allowed to live, but is stripped of everything. He has no home, no job, nothing. For the following weeks, he's been taken care of by Kadul and Tedex, who both wait patiently for the Lubelites' cult to arrive. When they do, they storm the capital and group up in the central area, where the now blind Afsan is put on a shovel mount to talk to all of them. Afsan tells the 500 or so Lubelites of his discoveries and how the world will eventually come to an end, but that it doesn't have to mean the end of the Quintaglios. They could work together to find a way off of their planet before it crumbles to dust. His speech is interrupted by Yanalb, who leads his own army of palace guards to put a stop to the Lubelites' blasphemy. A war breaks out between the two groups, with Kadul going after Yanalb, who is on top of a spike frill. As the Lubelites are fighting off the palace guards, Kadul climbs atop the spike frill and delivers the final blow to the story's antagonist by biting his head off. As the battle rages on, it is all of a sudden disrupted by the eruption of the nearby Chamar volcanoes. This causes a huge landquake that ends up destroying a lot of the city. But Afsan, Kadul, Tedex, and Daibo manage to escape the wreckage by boarding the Dashider. Turns out, on top of rallying up all of the Lubelites, Pionir also made a stop to pick up Novato as well. Because during the time that Afsan had been gone, which was much longer than I first thought, Novato would deliver their children, all 8 of them that were also spared from the culling. Because word of Afsan being the one would get out to all of land, the Blood Priests would give him special permission and allow all of his children to live, much to Afsan's relief. During this time, Daibo would finally talk to Afsan, apologizing to him for everything that he had allowed to happen. He recognizes what Afsan is trying to do for the Quintaglio race and is willing to help out in any way he can to get them off of this world. Afsan has Daibo appoint Novato as the leader of this project, which will later become known as the Quintaglio Exodus Project. The story ends with our main characters going back to the capital, not only so they can start rebuilding their home, but also begin their mission in finding everything. Fossil Hunter is the second book of the series, and has a lot more going on in it than Farseer. Farseer was solely focused on Afsan's journey around the world and the discoveries he made. But in Fossil Hunter, there are 4 main storylines that we go back and forth from throughout the book. But to make things easier, I'm just going to summarize every individually. The events of Fossil Hunter take place 16 Kila days after the events of Farseer. With the new generation comes new conflicts and issues, but the efforts in the Exodus project continue. The main story is centered around Taroka, one of Afsan's children and the main protagonist of Fossil Hunter. Just like Farseer, Fossil Hunter is also allegorical, and Taroka is supposed to represent the Saurian version of Darwin. You'll see more of this as we continue the story, but all you need to know for now is that in Fossil Hunter, he's appointed to be the leader of the indigenous Exodus project. Basically, his job is to study the land to see if there are any resources or materials that can be used for the Exodus project. The story begins with Taroka working around a dig site with his team, where 2 of his colleagues succumb to Dagamant and begin to attack each other. The whole point of this scene is to show that Taroka is different from the other Quintaglios. Not only is he able to win the fight by getting close to them without succumbing to Dagamant himself, he is also able to ball his hands into a fist and punch one of them. Which you have to remember, these guys are animals that typically use their claws as their main defense. So for him to use a fist is a very uncommon thing amongst the Quintaglios. Later on, Taroka meets another new character that he recruits to the survey team. This character is named Babno, and she's also different from the other Quintaglios because she has a horn at the tip of her muzzle. All Quintaglios are born with this horn to make it easier for them to break out of their eggshells, but usually lose them a few days after they hatch. Due to some mutation, Babno kept hers even after all of these years. They travel to the dig site where Taroka was initially working, where he then discovers a strange glue or metal tool that had been buried for a very long time. The material is very strong and unrecognizable from anything he's ever seen before, and also has his 5,000 kilodays ago, which is another thing that I forgot to mention in the beginning. However, this information is also conflicting with more than just the Quintaglios' religion, but also their known fossil records for different species on the planet, which shows something very different. Rather than life gradually starting, it seems that the fossil records show that life had a more of an immediate start. We'll get into that later, but for now, Taroka and the rest of his team have to go on a scheduled expedition to the South Pole, being taken there on the Dashitor, which is run by none other than Valkenier. During this voyage, Taroka tries to find out more about the blue relic and what it's supposed to be used for. It gets to the point where he obsesses over it, which worries Babnel.
Oh, hi. Hi, Nexus. Hi, Joey. Komata, Joey. Everything alright? How was the last game of MLB? If you had played any. Hopefully you can go ahead and stream MLB Slugfest. I would love to see you laugh at that game, because that game is fucking insane. But yeah, I'm just drawing something here, and I'm seeing a video about sentient dinosaurs. So yeah, it's a weird sci-fi book.
So she decides to sneak into Taroka's cabin, take the relic, and throw it overboard into the sea, where it is lost forever. Taroka does eventually find out about this, and when he approaches Babnel about it, obviously she can't lie about it, or her muzzle turns blue, so Taroka is able to conclude that it was her who did it. Of course he's angry about this, but at the same time he doesn't want to kick her off the survey team because he has a bit of a crush on her. That story doesn't really go anywhere though, so it's not that important. But basically, Babnel's excuse for doing this was that he sensed the artifact to be evil, since it had caused Taroka to be extremely obsessive about it. So for those of you unfamiliar with Slayer, he's a self-proclaimed faction leader, at least that's what my sources say. So whenever he approaches mysticism in his novels, he sometimes makes it out to be overly unreasonable and has rationalism come out. I can't really say for sure if he does this with all of his books, since I haven't read all of them, but it definitely shows here in this part of Fossil Hunter. Because the reason why Taroka was obsessed over the artifact wasn't because it was this evil entity overtaking him, but rather because Taroka simply wanted to do that purpose. Anyways, once they get to the South Pole, Taroka, Babnel, and Kinir all go on land to explore the icy barren world that's seemingly only inhabited by animals called divers. The divers don't seem to be afraid of the explorers at all, indicating that they've never faced any real dangerous enemy before. Taroka wants to study them more, so he kills one of them to take back to the Dashitor, where he discovers that the divers hold unacceptable beliefs in nature, leading Taroka to conclude the divers are related to them but look different because of the environments they live in. And finally, the first steps to the concept of evolution in the Quintaglio world would be made. And this is important because it makes Taroka realize that the Quintaglio race wasn't actually created, but was also a result of evolution as well. As to what, he doesn't fully know yet. Once they get back to land, Taroka attempts to search for another blue artifact at the base camp. With how strong it was, it's not really able to withstand a strong blast. So Taroka and his team on the cliffside up.
Oh, you haven't streamed today.
And after they go off, Taroka is able to find something, but it's much bigger than the blue relic he first found. Instead, they uncover a large blue structure that has double doors that lead to an inside area. They go inside and they find something very strange. The remains of an otherworldly creature, one that's built very different from the Quintaglios, and it's concluded that it is some sort of alien life form. And as if things weren't strange enough, they also discover other species of animals and dinosaurs, one of them being birds, an animal that is no longer around on the Quintaglios planet. Maybe they didn't realize it at this moment, but the Quintaglios had not only discovered a ship, but also the answers about their very existence. We'll get into more of this later, but for now, this is a good place to stop and look at all of the other things that happen in the story. The next part of the story revolves around Absan, the blind Quintaglio sage who's still considered to be the court astrologer, and was initially thought to be the one from the final message of the prophet Lubal. However, in the 16 days it's been since the events of Farseer, most people don't see Absan as the one anymore. This hasn't stopped or even slowed the Exodus project at all, and all of Absan's children are still alive and well, save for one whose name was Helbert, who unfortunately died at an early age due to illness. The rest of them, Halvin, Kelboon, Taroka, Yabul, Dynax, Galpook, and Dratud, seem to be doing well. Or so Absan thinks. After Absan finds that one of his children, more specifically Haldan, had been murdered, he takes it upon himself to look into it and find out who did it. Mainly because he feels he has some obligation to the task since it was his daughter after all. And yeah, this might be weird, this blind astrologer is going to be the detective for this story, but Robert Sawyer also enjoyed and experimented with mystery fiction in some of his works, so he incorporated it here in Fossil Hunter. As the story continues, we also get these weird journal entry segments written by someone anonymous but is presumed to be one of Absan's children. The reason why this can be suspected is due to the fact that the one who's writing it is writing about their siblings. And these 7 Quintaglios from Absan's and Nevada's clutch are unique to the rest of the population due to the fact that they are the only ones who know their brothers and sisters. But the concept of that proves too much to bear with this paranoid writer, as he or she says that they felt their siblings are coming after them, so they had to get to them first. With that, it's clear their intentions are to murder their siblings. After another one of Absan's children is killed, and specifically Yabul this time.
Yeah, it looks like the writer of that section seems to be the murderer that Absan is actually looking for, so yeah, it seems to be like, you know, you're kind of going into the mind of the killer itself, so yeah.
To go. Knowing that there's not much he can really do, Dratud does eventually admit to his crimes. And naturally, Dratud is wondering what will happen to him because murder is rare here, so there isn't any real punishments established for it. But looking at Absan and what they did to him for simply having a different idea that contradicted everyone else's, he figured the easy way out would be from suicide. The conversation between Absan and Dratud here is kind of disturbing, because when Dratud mentions the idea of suicide out of nowhere, Absan doesn't really seem too bothered by it, but tells him that he would feel obligated to stop him because Dratud's his son. And Dratud responds to this by essentially saying, yeah, you would, but not if I did it quietly, so it would be too late for you to help me. And Absan literally suggests that poison would do the trick, but Dratud doesn't have any. And this is pretty much how Absan responds to that. You don't have any poison? That's too bad. But hey, on a side note, there's a case over by the door that has documents in it that you might want to see. Oh yeah, there's also a little bottle of glass cleaner in there that's like super toxic to ingest. Just ignore that though, go ahead and check out those documents. And understanding the implications, Dratud goes over to the case, apologizes to Absan for everything he had done, and that would be the last time the two would ever talk to each other again. And that pretty much concludes the whole murder mystery aspect of this story. The next part of the story revolves around Daibo. Daibo has been the emperor of land for the last 16 days, despite the fact that they had gotten rid of the Larskin belief and made it legal to worship the original 5 hunters again. If you remember from earlier, I mentioned how Larsk is Daibo's distant ancestor who was considered a prophet after discovering the face of God, and his lineage was therefore given divine authority. But ever since Absan had exposed that the face of God was actually a planet, Larsk is no longer seen as a prophet. And without that crutch to give Daibo the divinity within his powers, you think he'd no longer be able to rule, but he's managed to hold his position for this long. But that all changes when his position is threatened by one of the province governors, more specifically the governor for Extuar. This governor is named Rodlock, and he claims to be one of Daibo's siblings based on the many similarities they share. This brings back up the idea that Absan had in Farseer of whether or not all of Daibo's siblings were given special treatment from the blood priests based on their mother's royal status. Rodlock brings this idea to the public, saying that instead of going through the polling to let the fastest and strongest live, the weakest of the clutch was purposely chosen to be the next emperor, so that he and his royal powers became manipulated. Rodlock said that based on the clear rules of the Coley, it should be him ruling on the throne and not Daibo, since he is more physically fit and has more of a ruling mentality because he is not swayed so easily by others. Because of this, he challenges Daibo to fight him for the throne. And when the public is made aware of this information, they are not too happy about the fact that the emperor and his siblings were given unfair special treatment from something that everyone else has to go through simply based on their royal status. And this is made worse when they remember that Daibo really doesn't have any type of divine powers anymore, since his ancestor Larsk is seen as a fraud, bringing his special treatment down even more. This anger from the public has resulted in an outcry against blood priests, to the point where they straight up just start murdering them for their association to the ones that authorized the special treatment to the future emperor. But none of this has been really confirmed, so when Daibo tries to order the arrest for the imperial blood priest, which is pretty much the one that oversees everything involving the culling, he is unable to because the imperial blood priest had run away from the chaos. So being in this sticky situation and not knowing what else to do, Daibo goes to Afsan for help, to which Afsan then suggests a crazy and unconventional idea, but one that could actually work. Because Daibo is seen negatively in the public eye for not performing in the culling, the only way to remedy this is for him to go through the culling to prove to the public that he is in his rightful place to rule. This would mean gathering all of his siblings, which was mentioned earlier that instead of just leaving the other 7 siblings to grow up in the capital with Daibo and the Empress, they were instead sent off to be trained to be the governors for the other provinces. But even if there was a blood priest available to go through this plan with them, it wouldn't make sense because Daibo and his siblings are simply too old and strong enough to withstand a new blood priest. So because of this obstacle, Afsan simply suggests that they need to find an appropriately larger equivalent to a normal blood priest that could perform the culling in a way that would enforce the same kind of pressure and vulnerability into Daibo and his siblings as it would for a baby Quintaglio going through a normal culling. And the only creature large enough to fit this role is a black death, which, as I mentioned earlier, is a kind of tyrannosaur. Daibo presents the idea to Rodlox, who accepts, meaning Daibo has to rally up all of his other siblings to the capital. He decides to give them several hundred days to get themselves ready and to the capital to mandatorily participate in this event. During this time, Afsan helps him to prepare for this event because, if you don't remember, Daibo is a bit on the heavier side. So it's crucial that he prepares so that, he doesn't die. Afsan needs Daibo to do this because if Rodlox ends up winning, that would mean the end of the Exodus project, since Rodlox would surely put a stop to it. So he trains Daibo by putting him on a diet and having him exercise around the capital. As that's happening, efforts are also made to capture a Black Death, which would then be stored in a coliseum where the event would take place. As the days go by, the situation around the blood priests get more out of hand. Ever since the initial public outcry about the unfair blood priests and the culling, Daibo had put all of the blood priest and culling performances on hiatus, leaving all of the Quintaglio young to be left alive and increasing the population. This has only increased the already set tension within the rest of the Quintaglios, which would eventually come to a violent outcome in the form of a mass Dagamant. Seemingly out of nowhere, Afsan, who at this point was already dealing with the murders of his daughter and son, starts off the mass Dagamant by attacking one of Rodlox's associates, which leads bystanders to succumb to their own Dagamant, leading to a free-for-all street battle between Quintaglios. This is soon resolved after Kadul and Daibo ride into town on shovel mouths, leading more shovel mouths behind them to the violent crowd, so that all of the Quintaglios that are affected by the Dagamant can take out all of their uncontrollable rage on the shovel mouth herd instead of each other. It's clear that this would only be the first of many of these cases if something isn't done about the population issue. Finally, all of Daibo's siblings would make it to the capital to perform the Black Death culling. At this point, Daibo has made some noticeable progress on his physical state, looking a lot thinner and more fit than he did in the beginning of the book. The Black Death, who had been starved for several days prior to the event, is released from its cage connected to the Colosseum, and begins to kill and eat the royal siblings one by one. I'm not gonna lie, this is actually kind of fucked up. Like, none of these guys asked for this. I mean, in their heads, they just felt like they were in a great position as governors in their respective provinces, or at least I would assume they were, and not only did they find out it was all bullshit, but they are also killed for it as well. Anyways, it comes down to Rodlox, Daibo, and one other sibling. The Black Death chases after Rodlox, who then moves right to its side as it tries to snap at him. He does this several times, making the Black Death spin around in circles, making it dizzy. And right when Rodlox thinks he's tired the creature out enough, he jumps on its neck and tries...
Nexus. I hope you appreciate the amount of dinosaur gore that has been described in this. I did not even expect this. Like, literally a T-Rex eating 3 lizard men all at once. Huh. Sounds like an animation you would make. That is, if you're still here, Giants Nexus. Or just Nexus, right? It would be cool to see an animation based on that scene. You know, just three royal dinosaur men getting eaten by a prehistoric proper dinosaur. That'd be cool to see, at least in that horror movie kind of sense. You know, but still, you know, I'm sure that would make for a cool gore scene too.
It's to bite it. But then the Black Death literally just drops to the floor, rolls, and crushes Rodlox to death. And that's how our main protagonist goes out. The Black Death then turns his attention on Daibo, who then does something even more weird. Daibo literally bites both of his arms off at the elbows and starts roaring back at the Black Death, which makes it super confused, as I'm sure all of you are, and causes it to back up into its cage. Apparently, the reasoning behind this is that by biting his arms off, it made Daibo look like a juvenile Black Death from the perspective of the adult one, since the Black Death and Quintaglios are both tyrannosaurs, and therefore look kind of similar. And instead...
So yeah, I mean, again, I would love to see you make an animation based on that. Just that one scene alone. Let me just see. The video in question is called "Exploring the Quintaglio Ascension Trilogy," and it's somewhere in the 1 hour mark. So it's like 101. So yeah, it's usually 1 hour in, almost specifically. That's where the scene starts appearing. So yeah, essentially one black dinosaur and 3, I guess, lizard men, if you will, all being vored at the same time.
Ending his round like that, it makes the adult Black Death not want to risk challenging what looks to him to be a younger male version of a Black Death. Anyways, Daibo wins, and that means he's given the right to rule. In case you forgot from earlier in the video, the Quintaglio goddess that these people believed in severed her arms for the sake of the Quintaglio's existence. And in a way, Daibo is doing the same here, severing his arms so that he could take this chance in succeeding in the culling so that he can stay in power and let the Exodus project continue so that the Quintaglio race can continue their existence. I don't think the other Quintaglios came to that realization right away, but in making this connection, it really shows how far Daibo has come as a character. Of course, this plan of severing his arms was suggested by Absan, among other things, but the fact that Daibo went through with it shows his dedication to the throne. After this whole thing, the Imperial Blood Priest is finally found and arrested, but is injured and close to death. He admits that they did indeed select their emperor to be Daibo instead of leaving it up to the Colon, but it wasn't for the reasons everybody thinks. According to the Imperial Blood Priest, it wasn't because they wanted an emperor that was easily manipulated, but rather they wanted an emperor that was open enough to listen to different ideas that could improve their civilization. The previous ruler, Empress Lend Lens, would have never greenlit the Exodus project if she was still ruling, but Daibo did. And it's because he listened to and trusted Apsan. The Imperial Blood Priest would then die, but with this information, Daiba would reinstate all of the other Blood Priests and would have to select a new Imperial one. Apsan nominates Taroka for the job because who better to naturally select the future of the Quintaglio race than the Charles Darwin of the story himself. And while all of these things were happening, Novato was in the background making strides in the Exodus project by experimenting with flights. Towards the end of the book, she managed to finish the first glider prototype that she called the Toxelide, named after Apsan's mentor from the first book. And Novato is the first to test the glider out. And it seems to work at first, but eventually fails and falls apart. But this was just the first step, and the project is considered an overall success. So there is another part of the story that I wanted to save for last. It has nothing to do with the current Quintaglio story that's happening within Fossil Hunter, but it serves as a precursor to the existence of the Quintaglio race. These segments of the book are called Musings of the Watcher, and it revolves around a leftover extraterrestrial consciousness that managed to outlive the events of a previous universe and is able to witness the creation of this current one. How this is possible, I couldn't tell you, but the Watcher, from my understanding, is supposed to represent the closest thing to a real-life god in this universe. But there are major differences in what some may believe the Watcher can do as a powerful entity and what it can actually do as one. Whatever life had originated in this universe was not created by the Watcher and had begun on a planet that the Watcher calls the Crucible. Because of the rough conditions of this planet, the Watcher knew that life would not get very far. So using their godlike powers, the Watcher transports life to different areas of the universe through natural means. And I think that's how their powers are supposed to work. The impression I get from the Watcher's powers is that it's able to control certain aspects of the world, but is limited by natural law. So while it's not able to create life, it's able to manipulate certain parts of the world in natural ways that could lead already existing life forms down a more successful route to evolve and thrive. And one of the organisms the Watcher helped out was the Opalinium, transporting them to a more livable planet where they would thrive on for millions of years. This would result in them evolving into a more advanced sentient species that are called the Jajaki in the book. The Jajaki are intelligent life forms that have established a language, formed a society, mastered technology, and so on. The Watcher takes great interest in this intelligent species and even successfully communicates with them, which causes them to begin worshipping the Watcher. The Jajaki themselves are strange-looking creatures. Because their ancestors were Opavinia, they evolved to have 6 legs, 5 luminous eyes on short stems, and a long trunk with a mouth at the end of it, along with cup-like grabbers. The Watcher has also been studying life on the Crucible, which at this point had been dominated by dinosaurs. The Watcher also notices that mammals also inhabit the Crucible and sees a potential future in both of these groups, but is fully aware that only one would really be able to dominate. And since the dinosaurs have been ruling on the Crucible for some time now, the Watcher decides to change that. First, he has the Jajaki travel into the Crucible from their home planet, which they are able to do with the spaceship made of strong material, where they are then ordered to capture and take certain groups of dinosaurs to another planet to thrive on. The Watcher then strikes the Crucible with a meteor, so that the lineage of non-avian dinosaurs would come to an end, and mammals can begin their journey of dominating the planets. Meanwhile, the Jajaki take the rescued dinosaur specimens and release them on a moon, where they have all of the resources needed to survive. However, the Watcher doesn't seem to trust that the dinosaurs will evolve in the way that he wants them to. So he has the Jajaki manipulate the genetic code of one of the Tyrannosaur dinosaurs known as Nanotyrannus, so that they one day become more intelligent creatures with fixed genetics. And as you may have already guessed or remembered from earlier, these Nanotyrannuses will evolve into what we know as the Quintaglio race. Earlier I had mentioned that the Quintaglio fossil records indicate a more sudden rise, rather than a gradual one. And it's because of this. Their ancestors were literally placed on this planet as already formed organisms with no evolutionary history prior to them. Back at the Jajaki's homeworld, the Jajaki become too advanced and hostile towards each other. Eventually, a war breaks out and nuclear bombs are launched, killing most of the population. One Jajaki is able to escape eventually call home. This crash would unfortunately...
Wait, what? It's a very long video. It's super long. It's like what? I'm only an hour in it. It's nearly an hour long, 2 hours long.
Kill the last surviving Jajaki, meaning the species is now completely extinct, much to the Watcher's disappointment. But within that ship holds the answers to the and as crucible with a meteor, so that the lineage of non-avian dinosaurs would come to an end, and mammals can begin their journey of dominating the planet. Meanwhile, the Jajaki take the rescued dinosaur specimens and release them on a moon, where they have all of the resources needed to survive. However, the Watcher doesn't seem to trust that the dinosaurs will evolve in the way that he wants them to. So he has the Jajaki manipulate the genetic code of one of the Tyrannosaur dinosaurs known as Nanotyrannus, so that they one day become more intelligent creatures with fixed genetics. And as you may have already guessed or remembered from earlier, these Nanotyrannuses will evolve into what we know as the Quintaglio race. Earlier I had mentioned that the Quintaglio fossil records indicate a more sudden rise, rather than a gradual one. And it's because of this. Their ancestors were literally placed on this planet as already formed organisms with no evolutionary history prior to them. Back at the Jajaki's homeworld, the Jajaki become too advanced and hostile towards each other. Eventually, a war breaks out and nuclear bombs are launched, killing most of the population. One Jajaki...
Nuclear war?
Their ancestors were literally placed on this planet as already formed organisms with no evolutionary history prior to them. Back at the Jajaki's homeworld, the Jajaki...
Oh, right. Basically, it's, Joey, what's going on in the drawing? Basically, it's like a recreation of the final scene in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, basically. Basically, there's a tiny character called Yin on top of a spoonful of Cheerios, essentially. At least that's what it's supposed to hint.
Become too advanced and hostile towards each other. Already formed organisms with no evolutionary history prior to them. Back in the Jajaki's homeworld, the Jajaki become too advanced and hostile towards each other. Eventually, a war breaks out and nuclear bombs are launched, killing most of the population. One Jajaki is able to escape from the home planet on one of the blue shuttles that they use to transport the dinosaurs in, and they crash land on the moon with Quintaglio. This crash would unfortunately kill the last surviving Jajaki, meaning the species is now completely extinct, much to the Watcher's disappointment.
I mean, didn't he say that it killed most of the Jajaki, not all of them? I mean, there's still a possibility that there could be survivors. I mean, what? They could still be walking around wearing power armor and shooting with their big iron on their hips, you know what I mean? And then killing rad roaches and whatnot.
But within that ship holds the answers to the Quintaglio's existence. Answers that won't be uncovered. In the third and final book, Foreigner, we follow our characters 2 kilodays after the events of Fossil Hunter, as they continue to travel around the world, discover new things about their race, and continue their efforts in escaping their dying planet. The story mainly revolves around Absan, Taroka, and Novato this time around, but we're introduced to a new character named Makle, who represents the Saurian version of another important figure in human history, Sigmund Freud. So far, Seer focused on the discovery of the natural functions of the universe and world that contradicted religious beliefs. Fossil Hunter tackled the discovery of evolution and applying the idea of natural selection to the Quintaglio race. So Foreigner wraps everything up by covering the area of psychoanalysis, with Makle taking the role as a therapist trying to unlock the answers as to why the Quintaglios are the way they are. The story begins with Afsan getting run over by a horn-face and chariot, which seriously injures him. Man, Afsan just can't get a break, can he? First his eyes are gouged out, then 2 of his kids are murdered, and now he's been ran over and crippled. Does Sawyer just have something against him at this point? Anyways, this is important because part of Afsan's skull is crushed as a result of this accident. When he is taken to the doctor and is treated, the doctor realizes something miraculous. Afsan's eyes had been growing back, and as far as he was concerned, they were functioning just fine. Despite this, Afsan still cannot see. It's almost as if his mind refuses to let him see, even though his eyes are just fine. Along with this, Afsan has also been suffering from chronic nightmares that had only been getting increasingly worse after the last couple of Kila days. This leads the doctor to believe that what Afsan is dealing with is a psychological issue, and assigns Mokleb to help Afsan with his nightmare problems, because it could result in him gaining his sight again. Mokleb sets up appointment times with Afsan, and she spends several days, weeks, and even months trying to get to the bottom of his issue. And this whole thing is pretty much set up similarly to your typical therapy story. Afsan has a hard time opening up at first, but does eventually step out of his comfort zone to give out some information, but also gets increasingly annoyed with the questions that are being asked by the therapist because he, as the patient, thinks it has nothing to do with anything, but in reality it's the very root of the situation. Afsan opens up about his nightmares where he mentions that he's oftentimes being chased by a large purple wing finger. He also opens up about the time in which he first experienced the pulling of the blood priest, which according to him was back when he had visited Takmarno in the first book during his journey back to the capital after his pilgrimage. Walking in on a blood priest devouring the baby Contaglios was something that stuck with Afsan. So Mokleb tries to dig deeper into this, making note that Afsan's nightmares began occurring shortly after the Black Death pulling event that Dido experienced in Boston. Mokleb makes the connection between Afsan's blindness to this event. You see, Afsan had never liked the idea of the pulling, yet he helped put together this performance which was literally a scaled-up version of one. And in a way, Afsan became a blood priest himself for being the one to suggest this plan, setting it up in a way so that the whole purpose of the event was so that 7 Quintaglios could die and 1 would be allowed to live. Sure, the Black Death may have been a substitute for the actual blood priest, but it was a starved animal with no other choice but to kill and eat the Quintaglios within its reach. None of that would have happened if Afsan didn't suggest it in the first place. And the reason why his mind refuses to let him see again is because, in a way, he already knew all of this through his subconscious, and would rather stay blind than to accept the idea that he had become the very thing that disturbed him the most. This angers Afsan to the point where he goes into Dagamant and almost attacks Mokleb, who is able to get away before he goes fully under. And the fact that he is so angry about this shows that he is in full denial of the idea. However, Mokleb comes back the next day to hear that, for the first time in a long time, Afsan had been able to get a full night's rest without being disturbed from his nightmares, showing that he did manage to come to accept responsibility for what he had done. However, his vision has still not returned, so Mokleb digs deeper, asking Afsan what the earliest memory he could think of was. And after really thinking about it, it's revealed that he's able to remember his time as a baby in the nursery of his hometown before they even started the cloning process for him and his siblings. This means that Afsan was only a few days old. He was also able to recall the culling itself, explaining to Mokleb that he remembers being chased by the blood priest who had been wearing a purple robe, the same purple from the large wing finger that chases him in his dreams. From this, Mokleb reaches a breakthrough that changes everything she thought she knew about Quintaglio behavior. The reason why Quintaglios are unable to really be near each other and go into a violent trance fueled by instinct when they do is because it is a product of the trauma stored within their subconscious that they have from witnessing the culling at such a young age. This is used to explain Turoka's unique ability to be able to touch and be near others without succumbing to Dagamant, and it's implied that his siblings are like that as well, along with Daibo and his royal siblings, since they all never went through the culling either. What this tells them is that the future of the Quintaglio race is dependent on an improved system of choosing which offspring gets to live from the clutch, and doing so in a way that doesn't bring up any kind of trauma. Maybe then one day they can reach to a point where they won't have to continue the culling tradition any attempts in saving their race from their dying planet. As they poke and prod around the ship, they accidentally set off an effect that causes the blue structure to form a large tower using nanotech. The tower continues to increase in height and shows no signs of stopping, even getting to heights that seem to exceed beyond the moon's atmosphere. Along with this, a small pod had also formed, which ventures down from the ground to the very top of the tower almost like an elevator. Novato and her team notice the pod seems to make a whole trip to the top of the tower and back in a specific number of days. The pod has enough room to fit one Quintaglio and some resources needed for the trip. So after a few tests with live animals to ensure their safety, Novato volunteers to go up with the pod to see what the top of the tower holds. After spending several days in the pod, she does manage to reach a structure at the very top of the tower, where she makes a very strange discovery. Within that structure is a room of screens, which seem to be the receiving end of some type of camera surveillance system, with each screen showing life forms from different planets. On one screen, it shows the Quintaglios back on land. The other shows a strange blob-like creature from some other planet, and another screen even features human beings, which now inhabit the planet that we know as the Crucible. But along with these screens, there are several of them that are off, implying that those planets and their inhabitants had perished. Novato also quickly learns that there is no air in space after she opens one of the entrance points of the structure to the outside, which also triggers the emergency systems to turn off, saving her from suffocation. She explores the structure more and makes a trip back down with everything that she learned from this discovery. Moving on to Toroka's part of the story, he continues to sail around the world as a geological surveyor with Kinir and Babylon, and they run into an uncharted island. On this island, they discover a whole society of creatures that look like Quintaglios, but something's different about them. They're smaller in size and are yellow instead of green. Aside from this, they look like Quintaglios, but they're still different. The Quintaglios will soon come to call these new creatures the Others, and we soon find out that the simple sight of the Others is enough to set off Dagomant to any Quintaglio, no matter how far away they are from the Other. That is, any Quintaglio besides Toroka. When Toroka and Kinir run into another native on the island, Kinir goes into Dagomant and kills the creature before it even has a chance to speak to them. Because of this uncanny valley-like effect that is happening between the Dagomant-affected Quintaglios and the Others, Toroka decides to venture alone in meeting with the newly discovered inhabitants. In doing this, he learns many things about the Others. They are also an advanced and sapient race of dinosaurs that have developed their own language, construct ships, buildings, and even guns. They have no signs of Dagomant, meaning they're able to get close to each other without coming down to a violent rage, and they are also able to lie. And it doesn't take long for the Others to find out that Toroka is unable to. Regardless, Toroka has maintained a friendly basis with the Others, and even takes time to learn some of their language, culture, and lifestyle, but eventually heads back to the Dashater where he studies the body of the Other that was killed earlier. He learns that there is a lack of sexual dimorphism with the Others, because despite having many male-like features, the one he was studying was pregnant with 3 eggs. This is yet another weird discovery, as Quintaglios are known to lay a clutch of 8 eggs instead of just a few. Toroka saves the eggs and eventually they do hatch. But Toroka realizes that if he even wants one of these babies to have a fair shot at being allowed to live, he has to avoid letting them be exceptions to the customs and traditions of the Quintaglios. So he proceeds to devour 2 of the 3 new Other hatchlings, essentially performing his own mini scuffed version of the colon. The baby Other that was left alive, Toroka would eventually name Taxan. And I might be missing something here, but I thought the whole cause of Dagomant was the witnessing of the siblings being devoured. Spoiler alert, Taxan doesn't grow up to have those issues. Yet I think it would be fair to assume that he witnessed his 2 other siblings being eaten alive. I suppose he's just built different. Again, maybe I'm missing something here, but that kind of left me confused when I first read it. As they are heading home on the
You know, it would have been nice if that would have actually come back to bite her in the ass. Like, maybe he doesn't get into Dagomant right away, but gets into Dagomant when at least expected it. So that's a way to like give a nice karma to her, right? To it's like you're a hypocrite. You got killed by your own adopted son or something like that. That would have been cool. Maybe that happens. I don't know.
Dasher, they end up being followed by the others, who have sailed their own ships heading towards theirs and proceeds to board it, ignoring Toroka's warnings to not come aboard. This proves to be a fatal mistake for the others, as the Quintaglios on the Dasher begin attacking and killing them. The others now see the Quintaglios as a threat, and they retreat for now, but will surely return, and they will return better prepared with more ships, more weapons, and more others. Toroka and Kinir return to land to warn Daibo about the attack, who prepares everyone he can for war. Toroka attempts to try and negotiate peace with the others so that nobody else has to die. He decides to bring Absan with him since the only cause for the violence towards the others from the Quintaglios is from the near side of them, and since Absan is blind, this won't be the case with him. In bringing Absan, Toroka hopes to show the others that there are more than just himself that want peace amongst both groups. But this plan fails. Toroka and Absan take a small boat towards the other ships and try to talk them out of the war. After they refuse, the captain of the other ship then shoots Absan in the chest with their primitive guns and jails both of them. However, Toroka and Absan are able to make their escape shortly after and make their way back to land to get Absan to the doctor. As the ships get closer and closer to land, Daibo initiates his plan of attack. At this point in the story, improvements have been made on the gliders that Novato initially created in Fossil Hunter, and several versions of these gliders have been made, and Daibo sends out all of them towards the approaching enemy ships. One by one, the Quintaglios working the gliders fly over and begin dropping hollow ceramic balls holding combustible material onto the wooden ships, which ignite on impact, sending the targets ablaze. Several of the other ships are taken down, while the crew aboard the remaining ships desperately try to take down the gliders with their far-range weapons. In the end, the others retreat, and the Quintaglios win the war. Absan's wound is treated to the best of the doctor's ability, but because he lacks the experience with the kind of weapons the others use to shoot Absan with, the doctor is unfamiliar with a wound like this, and so decides the best option for them is to just leave the bullet inside of him. That night, while showing no signs of getting better from his wounds, it seems that Absan's mind is finally able to come to terms with his actions, because for the first time in 18 Kila days, Absan had finally regained his ability to see. And instead of telling his friends and family, he decides to spend his first moments of sight to look at the very thing he longed for the last 18 Kila days, the stars and the planets. The next day, Absan's condition worsens to the point where even he knows he doesn't have much time left. And in a bittersweet ending to Absan's story, even though he managed to regain his sight in the last hours of his life, giving him the ability to see his children for the first and only time, and his friends for the last, he would eventually die from his wound. 2 Kila days after the war with the others, a new generation of Quintaglio children are seen running around and playing with each other, indicating the absence of Dagamant. The Quintaglios have selected a new method to continue population control that simultaneously avoids traumatizing the new generation of Quintaglio babies that in turn causes Dagamant. Instead of selecting the fastest and strongest Quintaglio baby, they are now chosen at random, and instead of choosing them after they hatch, they are chosen while still within their eggs, with one being allowed to hatch while the rest are sent off to be destroyed. This also means the culling of the blood priests have been discontinued. Toroka hopes that one day, if they find a home large enough to fit their population and more, then maybe they can discontinue the entire process of controlling their population. Along with these children is also Taksan, the other baby that Toroka is now raising as his own child. Despite teaching Taksan the Quintaglio language, Toroka also teaches him the language of the others, hoping that one day in the future, the Quintaglios can go back to the others and make peace with them. The story ends in an epilogue that takes place several hundred Kila days after the events of the overall series. The Quintaglios have managed to accomplish spaceflight, and during the rest course of their history on their moon planet, they've also managed to make peace with the others. Many of their spaceships have been sent out to different planets in the hopes of searching for a new home. During this search, they managed to locate the original homeworld of their Nano-Tyrannus ancestors, now known as Earth, and they decide to make the journey there, hoping they can call it their new home. While they haven't made that trip quite yet, they have managed to secure both the entirety of the Quintaglio and other population within one of their much larger spaceships, which they call the Dashitor. The Dashitor hovers above the dying moon, where several hundred Quintaglios and others witnessed it finally breaking apart, with its debris orbiting around the planet that was once thought to be the face of God, forming the ring that Absant and Novato had originally predicted. Despite being long dead at this point in time, the new and more tech-savvy generation of Quintaglios had designed a navigation system named and emulated after the astrologer that had saved them, which then directs them away from where their former home used to be and towards the stars, where their new one awaits them. I enjoyed this series a lot more than I initially thought I would. The idea of anthropomorphic dinosaurs with human-like intelligence is one that may be hard for a lot of people to wrap their heads around, and it just seems like a concept that can be so easily mishandled. But this series was executed pretty well, at least in my opinion. And yeah, it's clear the story was more focused on its fictional elements rather than the scientific ones, but that doesn't mean it's completely avoidable. I guess I'm only saying that because there are a lot of people that watch my video.
Alright, I think there's only one song that I could actually use to end the story here. You'll probably recognize it if you've ever played any Final Fantasy drawing. I hope you're still here, Nexus. But anyway. Come on. Alright. Let's see. I'm trying to look for a specific version of this one. Can't quite find it now. Yeah, it's definitely doesn't seem to be anywhere. God damn it. God damn it. Looks like it's gone. I'm gonna have to try and test this out. God damn it. Alright, I'm gonna go for this version. You might recognize this one, you might not, I don't know. Alright. If you play Final Fantasy XIV, you know exactly what this is, so yeah. This song is for those dinosaurs that went into space.
Cooling swiftly, bleeding light, smoldering softly, biding time, marching forward, left behind. Fire, shadows climb.
Hopefully there is no copyright strike with this one, but that was pretty good. So, yeah. Give me a moment. Yeah, give me a moment. Alright folks, I'm gonna end the stream here. I think I've done enough for the most part. I'll post the art on DeviantArt and, well, not DeviantArt, I mean, I rarely go there because censorship over there is a lot heavier, and also there's like a lot of potential degeneracy, so I kind of don't want to deal with that. Like, Twitter has a lot of it too, but at least you talk to people there a lot more directly, which is why I go there. But yeah, Twitter's kind of nice. Anyway, see you later, whoever's on stream, on Twitch. I love you, and see ya.